Okay, let's get some music. Hey, Britt. How are you, beautiful? Hey, Teresa. Nosy Rosie. Happy Sunday.
Hi, hello.
Hello, beautiful.
Can I sit in and watch?
Absolutely, anytime.
Yeah, I've missed you.
I've missed you guys too. Girl, it's been crazy. Ugh. I didn't realize today was Father's Day. Ugh. Otherwise, I would not have done the workshop on a Father's Day. But I had no idea. I didn't realize it till it was already too late. Actually, I didn't realize it till 2 days ago when somebody told me, and I was like, oh shit. But nothing I can do about it now. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's see.
Right. Just gotta go with it.
That's right, girl. That's right. You gotta go with it sometimes. But what are you gonna do? Girl. I'm looking to see who all ordered the workshop so that I can share out the live with them. Let's see. Oh, that's Winnie the Pooh. I say.
Did you sell out?
No, the Winnie the Pooh I still have for next month. That one is a soft covered book made out of a vintage quilt. That one has not sold out. I don't Winnie the Pooh apparently, because I thought I would do Winnie the Pooh only because it's 100th year anniversary this year. And it did not sell out, which is really shocking. But this one is the beginner's one, the Beachcomber Beach Ocean. Dawn, welcome in. But that one, the Winnie the Pooh is still not sold out, so that there are still some available. And that one is scheduled for, let me see, the Winnie the Pooh book is scheduled for July 19th. So people have until the 1st of the month to be able to get that. Hello, Holly. Welcome in, welcome in. Hey, Jody. Sorry I didn't see you sneak in. But anyways, so the Winnie the Pooh for next month is still available. It is a soft cover. It is very
Holy Junk Journals. What are you showing today?
Well, today we are doing our June workshop, which is a Beachcomber ocean themed is what we're doing today. It is a no-sew. We are using I created everybody a package with all these in there. Not these punches, but the things to be able to do this. But we used a whale tail punch and the other tab punch to be able to do a no-sew. So we're going to use the tabs as our so it's just glue and scissors is all they needed. But that's what we're using for our no-sew. And I forgot to punch mine out, but everything that you see here is everything that I included in everybody's kits. So we got a package of paper for our signatures and ephemera. And then we had another package that had envelopes, papers, book pages, some lace, some decorative trims, and then an envelope that had E6000 glue or E7000 glue, E6000 glue, buttons, some lace, cheesecloth, I forget what else is in here, the tabs and whatever, and then the chipboard for the cover, the papers to cover the book. So they got all them goodies to be able to create a book. Why am I restricted for an hour, 10 minutes? Oh, for the love of baby Jesus, I guess I gotta submit feedback.
How many people are making them today?
I think there were 10. Total. Sorry, y'all. I got a restriction already. For the love of baby Jesus. Hey, Miss Ruthie.
Ruthie, hey, I don't have a cake.
Oh, God, no, you're fine. You can participate if you want using your own papers. I will go through the sizes and stuff as we're doing it. But it is a no-sew. If you have either of these punches, a whale tail punch or a book tab punch, you can use either of these punches to do the no-sew, because that's what we're going to be using today to do our no-sew, is we're going to attach the pages with these. So if you have either of these punches or something similar, hey Rita, again, I apologize that today's Father's Day. I had no idea when I scheduled the class for today that it was actually Father's Day. So I do apologize to everybody. I didn't know it until you told me, Rita. I had no idea. But anyway, if you guys want to follow along, I can give you the measurements and what it is that I'm using. You didn't have to buy the class in order to participate. You guys can watch or you guys can participate. But these are the two punches that I used. Excuse. Oh.
It's okay. I made an excuse and definitely sick. LOL.
I love you. That's what I would have done. I'm just saying. Thank you for the follow, Kelly. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in. But anyway, there are still workshops available for the month of July. We are doing celebrating Winnie the Pooh. It's 100-year anniversary. Thank you for the rose. That was very sweet. But anyway, so there are still some available. You can click the link in my bio. It'll show you for July's workshop. It is Winnie the Pooh themed. It is a soft cover. Thank you, Rita, for the daily. I send you all of your supplies. There is, I believe, a list for the Winnie the Pooh of things that you will need to have for
Rita,
yourself.
sign me up for Pooh, please.
Absolutely, Rita. You can see the link in my bio, and it has next month's workshop in there. Thank you, Kelly, for the daily. It has the items listed of what it is that you will need in order to complete the workshop.
Jumping Glasses has joined your fan club for 3 months.
Yay! Thank you, Dawn, for the daily. But everything else, I didn't send the punches for this workshop, but I did punch them out and include them in the kit so you guys can do that. But everything else, whatever is not listed on that list, I provide you. Everything else, the things that are on the list, like a bone folder, a bookbinding kit, I also include a link to the Zahn to be able so that you can get an inexpensive bookbinding kit. You'll need clear tape, needles, and thread for the buttons for next month. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to smack y'all. Optional items for next month are ink pads and inkers, and a sewing machine, but it's not necessary if you don't have a sewing machine for next month. But this month, I provided everything for you, even the glue for the buttons, because we are doing a no-sew. Hey, Angel. Thank you, Joanne, for the daily. Oh, let me turn my notifications off. I forgot. Anyway, but Winnie the Pooh is next month, and it's a beautiful quilt, y'all.
Hey, did it show?
Yay! Yes, that's actually what just came through. Thank you, Miss Rita. But it's a beautiful, soft yellow, almost like a banana cream pie color. And it is a beautiful quilt. That's what we're going to be using for our book covers for next month. I'm super excited. But it is a vintage quilt cover. All right. So let's see. Let me turn this music down just a smidge. There we go. A little bit more. There we go. Anyway, so if you guys want to, if anybody is here that's not participating in the class, you are welcome to stay and watch. You are welcome to ask questions. I can give you measurements for the chipboard that we're using.
It probably won't join. We'll be watching for a few. Still have BBS stuff to get together for tomorrow.
No, love, you are absolutely fine. Like I said, if you want me to send you, if you can't participate for the whole live and you still want to be able to do it, just send me a message and I can forward you today's live so that you can finish up on your own pace. But we always go as slow as the slowest person in the workshop. So if anybody has questions or whatever, just please be patient with people. And that goes for everybody. I'm patient with everybody. People like to ask questions. They want to know measurements, things like that. Just be patient. That's all I ask, because I'm patient with everybody. I'm not a gatekeeper. Yes, I do sell these classes and I provide the materials for them. But people who can't afford the classes, if you want to use paper that you already have in your stashes, by all means, follow along. Follow along. All right. We are going to get started. Okay. So what we are going to do is, let me pull this up real quick, make sure that my voices are running. Okay, good. Okay. So there was a note in everybody's kit that said, do not cut anything out beforehand. And the reason for that is there are classes that sometimes you can cut out the ephemera ahead of time because it's very simple. But I didn't want anybody to think that they were missing something if they took everything out of their thing and then they misplaced something or whatever. My items are packed the same exact way that yours are. So that way there you're not missing anything. Yours, like some of the ephemera pages that were included in your kit may look slightly different because I didn't have multiples of the, like you all got music sheets, but it may not be the same music, whatever. But everything else should pretty much be the same exact thing. Some of the other vintage items that are in here may not be the same exact thing as mine, but you do have one in your pack. So that's why I didn't want anybody to cut anything out, because as I'm pulling it out of my bag, yours are going to be in the same exact order as mine so that you know that you are not missing anything. Okay. So, in this bag, you would have a piece of lace. Okay. Everybody has a piece of lace. Everybody has cheesecloth. A very large piece of cheesecloth. Okay. Everybody has safety pins. Everybody has a safety pin, an E6000 glue. Everybody has buttons, and you also have tabs that either going to be mixed up. They're going to be these kind, and then there's going to be whale tails. So these are tabs, and these are whale tails. I forgot to punch mine out and put mine in the bag, but you're going to have enough whale tails and punches. This is what we're going to do our no-sews with. So if you're following along and you want to participate, if you have either of these kind of punches, you're welcome to, I fold mine, you have to fold in half and then it punches them out. So that's what we have in the small bag. The whale, well, I sent you the actual punch outs and they should be in this blue bag. I just forgot. I just didn't do mine. I just made sure that you guys had yours. I don't even remember what color they are. Oh, it's in this bag?
D8W and C71NO, not there.
I forget which bag I put them in. Is it in this bag?
Ready mine.
Oh, okay. It's in this bag then. Thank you, guys. Perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Don't think plastic chips.
That's okay. I couldn't remember what bag I put it in because, like I said, I forgot to punch mine out ahead of time. I didn't punch mine out the same time I punched y'all's out. Anyway, and then thank you, Catwitch, for the daily. In this bag, you should have your whale tail or file punches, but you also have pink and blue decorative fabrics. Happy solstice. Happy Father's Day too if you're a mama father. But anyway, so there's this, and then you got a piece of wedding dress lace. They may look a little bit different, but everybody got 2 pieces. Okay. Everybody got 2 pieces of cotton muslin strips. Everybody got a vintage postage stamp. Everybody got a file card, a vintage file card. Everybody got a card with a window and a matching envelope. You also got ledger paper, a full leaf of ledger paper. This is vintage as well. Everyone got a bag. It is waxed lined on the inside. Everybody got a sheet of coffee stained paper, and it smells good. It smells like cinnamon and coffee. Everybody got a grid paper. Everyone got a sheet of music, coffee or tea stained. Everyone got 2 sheets of decorative stained papers. The images are going to be different because I didn't have enough of one or the other. But everybody got 2 sheets of decorative stained paper. Okay. Plus your tabs. Should have been in there as well. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to set this to the side. Everybody should have gotten a pack of paper. This paper has ephemera and our sheets in there. And then another pack. This is our book cover. So you got pieces of chipboard for the front and back, and then also for your spine, and then the papers to cover the inside and outside of our books. This we're going to set to the side as well. In our package of paper, we're going to go ahead and open that up. Okay, let me take a drink of my coffee. And in our papers, we have a ton of ephemera, and they're all double-sided. So we're going to look through our papers here, and we're going to separate the ephemera. This is a background sheet. So this is ephemera up until this page. So take your ephemera. This isn't all of it. I believe there's still more in there. But this, we're going to set here to the top. And then we're going to look for some more ephemera, because some of it's mixed in. There's our next stuff of ephemera. So we're going to pull that out. Okay, to this page, that's all ephemera. And then let's look and see if there's any more. I think that's the last of it. Oh, nope, there's some in the back. Okay, this is ephemera. It should be the last 2 pages, last 3 pages. Yep, last 3 pages are all ephemera. Okay, so everything here, this is going to be our main sheets. And all of this is ephemera. Okay, so we can sit this to the side, the ephemera, for right now. And we are going to focus on our main pages. So all we need are scissors. You do not, if you don't have a cutting board, you don't, or whatever, you don't have to use a cutting board. I'm just going to use scissors. I am going to go through all my pages and I'm going to cut off all the white on the side that's facing me, because the back, I completely printed a full page on the back, but we're just cutting off the whites. Okay. So I am going to go ahead. And again, if you have a cutting board, that's fine, but you really only need scissors. Everything that's facing us that we're cutting the white off, put them back in the same order, facing you. You're not in the same order, but that they're facing up, so that we know that you guys all have the same exact pages that I do. Let me zoom out. Let me lift my camera up a little bit more so you guys can see. Okay, these are journaling cards. We are going to cut them out. They're 5x7s, and those do get cut out as well. And again, if you want to use your cutting board, use your cutting board. But you really only need scissors. But you do you, boo-boo. There's no right or wrong way, but this was made for beginners. And a lot of people don't have a cutting board, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can use scissors. Hey, Miss Terry. Thank you for the daily. I appreciate that, Bree. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are doing our June workshop. It is beach ocean themed, like beach combers. And we just needed scissors and glue today. We are doing a no-sew book. You guys are welcome to follow along. You're welcome to stay and watch. You're welcome to ask questions. When you participate in a workshop, I send you all of your supplies, except for like scissors and glue. Well, sometimes. Like today, I sent everybody glue for the buttons. Because this is a no-sew. All right, I'm going to throw all my little scrappy scraps away because I'm not going to need them. All right, so when everybody gets their pages cut out, give me a thumbs up that are participating in the workshop. Give me a thumbs up so that I know that everybody has their papers cut out. So we can move on to the next step. Because I don't want to leave anybody behind. And for those of you that are not beginners that are participating, if you guys want to zhuzh up your papers in the meantime, while we're waiting for everyone else, that's absolutely fine. I'm not zhuzhing mine up. I am just gonna leave them the way they are. Did everybody bring Snicky snacks? I brought Snicky snacks. I'm eating cheese crackers. So excuse my crunch while we wait on everybody. Thank you for the follow. These are toasted cheese and cheddar cheese. I know, isn't it exciting? Girl, you have no idea.
Big greetings from Sweden.
Well, hello, Miss Sweden.
Are these papers still available?
These papers are only available with the workshop, my love. I have not done any of these papers. Yeah, I'm sorry. When we do a workshop, I don't resale the papers. But I know, Miss Pam, I'm so excited. We still haven't heard whether or not they've accepted our offer on the house yet. We went back and forth with price yesterday. Hey, Tennessee. But I'm crossing our fingers. We'll know by Monday for sure. Okay, Miss Rita's all ready.
Pam wish it was Georgia, though.
Girl, you and me both. Miss Joanne's ready. I know, girl. Thank you, Bree. I'm really hoping, really hoping, because the one house that we did put an offer in on, we were outbid, and it was already, the problem is that a lot of people that are selling their houses right now have a HELOCs. So a HELOC is a home equity line of credit, for those that may not know. But they have second and third mortgages on their house because they took the equity out of their homes and they got a loan for it. And what's happened is a lot of people have HELOC'd themselves to the point where there's no more equity left in the home. And so they're putting their houses on the market to try to sell them, and they have no room to be able to negotiate. So like for first time home buyers or whatever, like if they ask for seller assistance, which is help with closing costs, they can't do it because they don't have any room. And so their houses aren't getting sold. So they're sitting on the market longer and longer. And then they drop the price to try to, bring their real estate back to the top of the list or whatever. Either that they'll drop that realtor, go to another realtor thinking that that's going to work. And it's not working. And so you're seeing a lot of foreclosures now on properties because they have pretty much, out of themselves of the market. The value that they need to get out of the house in order to pay for those HELOCs and the actual value of the home and the condition of the home plays a big role. So they're pricing themselves out of the market. So their houses aren't even selling. And then you have people that are priced at the highest point of the market looking for a bidding war, and the houses aren't appraising. Hey, Kimmy, houses aren't appraising. And like the house that we were outbid on, we were already at the top of the market. And so there was no way that what the house got an offer on, there's no way that house is going to appraise for that amount or above that, because the house was already priced at the top of the market for what it was and the location that it's in. And it had nothing, and it still needed work. So good luck to them trying to get it appraised. Yes, that is the other problem we ran into, Bree. The house that we're currently trying to buy was bought by one of those mass home buyers that are not even in the same city or in the same state for that matter. And they buy them up and they do a contract with the owner where they buy them from the owner, and then they are flippers, professional flippers. Airbnb, yeah, that too. But they don't do anything to the houses. They leave them the way that they are, and then they try to flip them before they have to make a first payment on it. And that also hurts the market. So it is absolutely insane. Okay, well, I think that is it. I think that's all that's participating in today. So we're going to go ahead and move on.
I think they passed a law here that limits how many they can buy, then resell in 7 years.
Yeah, I wish they would do that everywhere, Bree. I really do. Because it's ridiculous.
7-1 am coming.
Oh, Dawn, are you participating too? I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't realize that. Girl, get your ass a moving.
Sincerely, Bree Wells.
Thank you.
Sending top bid vibes for you.
I'm kinda okay. Well, you go ahead, girl. You go on with your badass self. I'll wait for you. Just give me a thumbs up when you're done, and we'll just keep on chatting. But anyway, that's what we've run into so far with the housing. We ended up going back to our first choice. I'll be honest with you, the house is bigger than what we need, but I also thought with a bigger house, then I can have people come and stay with us. So like I can hold weekend workshops in my own house instead of renting a space. I could just have a couple of ladies come and stay with me for a weekend, and we can do a craft weekend. So I'm like, that'll be perfect. So that's what we ended up doing. So I'm excited. So that means everybody's going to have to come and spend a weekend. Do a women's craft retreat. Rita, there's plenty of room. Me too. I'm excited too. But there'll be plenty of room, which I'm really excited for. Are you good now, Miss Dawn? If you're not, it's okay. I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
Got which starts saving money for flight tickets.
Heck yeah, girl! I'm excited. I'm very excited. I cannot wait to hold a craft weekend. And then we'll do some really cool shit while we're there, while we're crafting. We'll go sightseeing too while we're at it, and vintage shopping. So, and with thrift stores. That's the other big thing. I love thrifting, and how to repurpose stuff. So I'll be teaching that as well. And the airport's not that far, so I can rent us a van, go pick your asses up from the airport. I can only fit one person in my car because I only have a 2-seater.
More sounds fun. What state are we coming to Lola?
Virginia. That's where we're moving to. Hampton, Virginia.
Ritai just redid a porch set so amazing, I am in love.
Ooh, Miss Rita. I love that.
DAW and C7 when I
Heck yeah, Dawn, because you're close enough.
Kimmy Crafts Flows 2NC.
Yes. I'm very excited. All right. So, if you do not have a bone folder, it's okay. You can use the edge of a marker. You can use a ruler, whatever, but we are going to fold our papers in half. And it doesn't matter which direction you fold them. I'm just going to fold mine naturally to the side that's sticking up, fold it in. We're going to go ahead and fold those in half. And like I said, if you don't have a bone folder, you can use the edge of a marker. You can use a ruler. And no, this is not my bone folder that I lost months ago. I had to buy a new one because I couldn't find my other one. Yep, we are going to fold all of the paper, all of this paper that we just cut. We're going to fold it all in half. But yeah, I had to buy myself 2 new bone folders. I was so upset. I was like, really? I tore my whole craft room apart, y'all, and I still can't find my stapler either. My stapler's missing. My bone folders are missing. Everything. All of it. I don't know what happened. I really don't. Got up and grew legs and ran away. Oh, okay. So I just noticed this sheet that has there's seashells, and I just noticed that's why I wanted to fold everything facing the way we were. So I need to cut that white off because I didn't realize it was backwards. But that's okay. We'll cut it off now that I noticed it. And if you notice the same thing on yours, just go ahead and cut it. Use the other one that looks better. And it doesn't matter, like I said, it doesn't matter which side you're folding over. Sorry if you guys hear the dog barking. It's my next door neighbor's dog. Okay, our little journal papers. And I'm going to set these little journal papers to the side once I get them folded in half. By the way, y'all, guess what happened yesterday? Lord have mercy. Thank you for the follow. Blanda was going to mow the grass, and he accidentally left the gate open, and Lily wandered out of the yard. We didn't notice for a full hour that she wandered out of the yard. Thankfully, she wandered 3 blocks north of us towards a non-busy inner place. Anyway, somebody thankfully found her and called the SPCA, and SPCA picked her up. And we noticed that Lily was not in the house, and we were like, okay, where the hell is she? And looked in all of her little hidey holes, and she was nowhere to be found. We have a thing called Finding Toby on the Book of Faces, and there she was in somebody's floorboard of their car. Somebody had found her and posted it to Finding Toby that they found her. We had to go to the SPCA, go pick her up, She was completely traumatized. Y'all, she has doggy dementia. And so she has been a wreck since she's been home. We picked her up, brought her home. She has not left her bed. We are going to the vet tomorrow because she's limping a little bit on her right front leg. I know. I picked her up from the SPCA.
WWW.
I know. I said bad dog dad because we've never left the gate open, and Blanda was like, I wasn't even paying attention. The gate was left open. I didn't realize it till an hour later that the gate was still open. But anyway, so she is limping on her front right leg. So we're gonna take her to the vets tomorrow to find out what the heck is wrong with her, because she has not moved off of her dog bed since she got home. Last night she never even got up to go potty. I gave her little pieces of chicken because I had bought a rotisserie chicken, and I gave her some pieces of chicken. And because she's a dark meat girly, she likes the dark meat. So I gave her a couple pieces of chicken, and she got up, and I could tell that she was limping. And anyway, but she never left her dog bed. She stayed in her dog bed. She's still in her dog bed. I actually had the camera on her right now. She's still laying in her dog bed, not moving. She's just laying there, sleeping. And I told Blanda, I said I was really worried because that's not normally, how she does. She doesn't hang out like that. She is an AC dog. But I'm sure because there was a lot of dogs at the SPCA. I felt really bad. So I said she was probably traumatized from all that. All the dogs barking. But dear Lord have mercy. All right. So I got all my papers. I'm going to varnish these a little bit so that they're flat. But anyway, so yeah, she's a hot damn mess. So I want to take her to the vet, make sure everything's okay. I know that when the SPCA, when they took her to their facility, because she's with other dogs, they give them, she already was updated on her shots, but they gave her another Bordetella kennel cough or whatever, and then they gave her a couple other things and then flea medication. So I don't know if it's because they gave her those medications or what that's causing her to be as sleepy and tired as she is, or if it's because she's in pain, like I said, because she was limping on that front right leg. So I don't know, or if she ate something.
Any flea medication on any of my animals. I lost one animal due to it.
Yeah, girl, I'm telling you. Well, I do the natural collars, and I had just taken her collar off 2 days before that because it was expired, and we had gotten a new one in, and I didn't put it on her yet because I wanted to give her a bath because she gets a bath because she has she's very senior, y'all. She's like 16 years old, but I wanted to give her a bath before I put it on her, and didn't get a chance to do that before she wandered out of the yard. But anyway, yeah, I feel bad for her. Poor kid. And Blanda was crying. He was pretty upset over the whole thing. He's like, "Oh," I'm like, "This is."
I'm so sorry.
I'm like, "This is why you don't have any children." Bad dad. Bad dad. Oh shit. But yeah, she's traumatized. But hopefully everything will be okay. All right. So when you guys have all of your regular sheets, when you have them all folded, give me a thumbs up. And again, if you're going to zhuzh them, now is the time to zhuzh them. And by zhuzhing, I mean inking your outside edges. You can round the corners if you want, if you have a corner punch. For those of you that have them, but it's not necessary. If you want to round them, you can actually round them with scissors. I'm not going to do either of those. I'm so out of any. You know what? I'll be honest with you. My favorite is the mahogany and what's the other one? Corduroy. The corduroy one. I love that one too. And I always have to re-ink them because they're always the ones that are either I forget to put the cap back on and they get dried out, or I've used them so much they have no more ink left in them. So those are the two I gotta re-ink all the time. I've actually had to replace them because the ink pads themselves, from leaving the damn cap off, doesn't want to soak up any more ink, so I just had to get new ones. I do that all the time. I get so annoyed with myself.
Rid if you receive, send me a pic of them.
Of the ink pads,
To remember.
which Ruby or Rita? Send you a picture of what? Sorry, my brain.
Rita's in looking for new ones all around.
Oh, got ya. Gotcha. Miss Dawn's ready.
Rita, your ink of choice.
Thank you, Boy Mom, for sharing the live. Oh, yes. Hold on a second. I'll show you. Let me grab them. They are my two favorite colors. Do I have them on my desk or did I put them in the tin? I think I put them in the tin. Hold on. Ugh.
DAWNC7 one folding indecent at cutting well.
Oh, they're not in the tin. What the hell did I do with them? They must be on my messy ass desk.
Rita for you, all my papers are all mixed now.
That's okay. Oh, that's what it is. It's frayed burlap. Sorry. Frayed burlap is one of them. And then the other one is, or is it ground espresso? It's ground espresso. Sorry. Ground espresso is the other one. But I don't know where that ink pad is. Walnut stain is another one. But for things, Joanne's already. But the frayed burlap works. I like this one. Like if I want something dark, that's where I use the espresso or the walnut. But if I want something lighter, that's more vintagey, then I use the frayed burlap. This is a new ink pad because the other one was dried out. All right. Okay, so ladies, grab your whale tails and your tab punches that I sent you guys. And if one of you can tell me how many tabs I sent you so I could hurry up and punch mine out so that we have the same number. Because I forgot to do that for myself. So if somebody could kindly tell me, I would greatly appreciate it. And I'll punch myself some out. So if somebody could tell me how many tabs I mailed you guys, that would be phenomenal.
Jar Pink Classic 5 whales. Ritai had 4 wings.
Jumping Classic, sorry, 7 wheels tapped.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many of each, just the total number. Only because I wanted to show you, you can use either punch.
Read a 12 up to the other.
12. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just using a scrap. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oops, that one's too short. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now mine are different colors than yours because I used scrap pieces of paper because, again, I forgot to punch mine out. So don't worry about the colors being different. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to create signatures. Okay, we have all of our punches, and again, this is a no-sew. Okay, we're going to go ahead and create our signatures. We have our little tiny 4 sheets of that little bitty paper. This we can sit to the side because we're not going to include that inside here. We're going to use these journal pages, the 5x7s. We're going to use those to put in the envelope or the bag that we have for the inside. Okay, so we're going to sit those 5x7 journal things to the side. So we're going to go ahead and create our signatures. We're going to make sure that our images are upright. So I want this to be the outside of one signature, and you can put them in whatever order that you want. What I do and what I like and what you like is completely different. So use whichever side you want and whatever order that you want, whatever suits your needs. So we are going to create 3 signatures. Okay, so I want this to be my front cover of my first signature. I'm going to use this one as my second. And I'm going to use this one as my third. Okay, so I have 3 piles. So then I'm going to take and put, I have 3 piles. So I'm going to put this one here. I'm going to put this one here. I'm going to put this one here into this one. And I'm just going to put them inside of each other. Okay. And again, it doesn't matter what order. Just make sure that your images on both sides, that they're facing the correct way. So that way you're not putting a page in upside down. Make sure that you have the same number of pages. Like this one has 3, this one has 3, and this one has 3 now. So they're all going to be even. So all I'm doing is that I'm opening them up. I'm taking my next page that's folded and then just sliding it right in. And that is part of my signature, okay? Okay, I am actually going to create 4 signatures instead of 3, which there's plenty of room in the book to be able to have 4 signatures. So I just decided I'm going to do 4. So if you guys want to do 4, you can do 4. If you want to do 3, do 3. I'm going to do 4. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sheets in each signature so far. So that's 5, 5, and 5. So I'm going to go ahead and create another signature using 5 sheets. Okay. I'm going to do, let's do this one. We'll use this one. So 1, 2,
Rita, I have 7 in each.
3, 4, 5. So there's 5. And then I have 2 more sheets. And so I have 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Everything's 5. Okay, that's a journal sheet. So I'm going to put that in one of the signatures. And then my other journal sheet, I will put in another signature. So 2 signatures. I'm going to do 4 signatures. 2 with 5. And then 2 with 6. Okay. And it's okay if it's not, if you have 2 that are not the same. You know what I'm saying? It's not a big deal. Okay. There we go. All right. When you guys have, again, I did 4 signatures. 2 have 5 and 2 have 6. So, hey, Kelly. Hi, Lita.
Kelly, hello, beautiful.
So when you guys have your signatures put together, give me a thumbs up so that I know that we're all on the same page. Or so that we're all at the same point. Oops. How are you doing, Kelly? Happy Father's Day. And to any other father who's here watching. Miss Rita is good to go. Hey, Paula. Hey, Muffin.
Dawn 71 from here on and watching until I'm.
Okay. Thank you, Nosy Rosie, for the daily. Joanne's good to go. Thank you for the thumbs up. Okay. So, if you guys can grab in the other paper pack, we had our card. Thank you for the oranges, Miss Rosie. We had our envelope. We had our bag. Our ledger paper, our coffee paper, our grid paper, our music sheet, and our 2 decorative sheets. Grab those because we're going to use these next. And we're going to use these and place them also in our signatures. Thank you, Nosy Rosie. SpongeBob.
Rectangular dancing here law.
Woo woo! Okay. So for these papers that we're going to add in, okay, you want to make sure that nothing sticks above, below, or outside of our already existing signatures. So we have our card with the window, okay? We're going to set this to the side, and our envelope we are going to sit to the side because we're going to use this for something else. We're not going to put it in as our signatures, with our signatures. We're going to use something to create something with the card and the envelope. So we're going to set this back to the side, okay? But we have our bag. We have our ledger paper, our coffee paper, our grid paper, our music sheet, and our 2 decorative papers. And then what we're going to do is you can do one of 2 things. You can either fold these things in half, or you can rip them in half or cut them in half. I'm going to fold mine in half, and then I'm going to rip it in half, one of my decorative sheets, so that I can add a half a sheet, fold it in half again, and I can add a half a sheet of this decorative paper. And again, you do what you want. It is your book. You can make it look however you want. I'm going to take one of my decorative sheets and I am actually going to put that on the outside of one of my signatures. And then I'm going to take that and set that to the side. I'm going to take another piece of my decorative paper. I'm going to fold that in half. And you can use that as a whole page, or what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to rip mine in half. And it doesn't have to be perfect, y'all. And I'm going to fold it in half again. And that is going to be on the outside of this one too. You can put it on whatever sheet you want. If you want to put it on the outside, inside, wherever, put them in the order that you want them. Okay. I'm going to take this one. I'm going to fold this. And then I'm going to go inside. And I'm going to put that in there. Then I'm going to go to my fourth signature. I'm going to fold this in half. And I'm going to put this one here. Okay. I'm going to take my music sheet and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm actually going to fold this in half. And again, you can use it whole and make that a single page, but I'm actually going to rip mine in half. And again, I'm not looking for perfect. I'm not looking for a straight edge. And I'm going to fold that in half again. And I'm going to put that here. And I'm going to take the other half. I'm going to put that here. Okay. I have a piece of grid paper. I'm going to fold that in half. And then I'm going to rip it in half. Not all your papers do not have to be the same size, y'all. And I'm going to fold this in half. And I am actually going to put that here. Ooh, good song. Now I'm going to take the other piece. Excuse me. And I'm going to put that in another section. I'm going to put that here.
Rita bless you.
Thank you, Rita. Now my coffee stained paper, I'm going to just fold that in half. And I'm going to stick that in here. Okay. And then I have my leaf of, again, you can leave it as whole or you can rip it in half. I'm going to leave mine whole. And I am going to put that here. And if I'm sticking, since I'm sticking out longer than my other papers, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold one side in. Okay, and I'm going to leave that so that this can then be a little flip out. I'm going to flip it over to the other side and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to fold it in. Or you can rip it, doesn't matter. Okay. And there you go, there's that one. Now I have my bag. Okay, so I'm going to take my bag. And I have my open section and I have a closed section. This is completely sealed at the bottom. If I put my hand inside there, it is sealed at the bottom. So you could do one of two things. You can leave it sealed, or you can trim off. You can see where the bag is sealed here. You can cut that off so that it opens on both sides.
Oh, how does it know what kind of bag is that?
It is just a, it's wax lined on the inside. It is for cookies. So usually when they put cookies or whatever in here, I got these at, was it from the Zon? I got these actually at a thrift store. Thank you for the daily. But I'm going to cut off the end of that sealed part. So now my bag is, here we go. Now my bag is completely open on both ends. Okay, so I can fold that in half. And now I have two openings for a pocket to put stuff in. So now what I could do, thank you for the follow. So I'm going to fold that down. And I can use that now as a signature. So I can take that bag. And I'm going to use that bag here. Okay. And so now I have a pocket on this side, and I also then have a pocket on that side. Okay. All right. So when y'all get all of your signatures together, give me a thumbs up so that we can move on to the next step. And again, I have 4 signatures. You could do it with 3. You could do it with 4. You could do it with 6 if you'd like. If you want to break them down and make them smaller, you can do 6 signatures. Because again, there is enough room with the spine of the book. You can do 2, 3, 4, or 6. 5 if you want to. Thank you for the follow. Miss Rita's ready to go. Thank you for the follow. Thank you guys for the follow. Every month we do a workshop. I send everybody their supplies that participates. There is a fee for it. But I send them all of their supplies and they can follow along each month.
Brittany Dixon in learning to do a journal like this.
Yes, this is a no-so. Okay, so for me, what I have in this first signature, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I have 8 sheets of paper in this book, in this signature. So I have 8 pages. In this one, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 in this one. In this one, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in this one. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this one. So I have 2 that have 7 and 2 that have 9. Hey, Michelle. So 2 7s and 2 9s. So I have a 7, a 9. I'll move
Brittany
this.
Dixon, how much are your kits?
They are all different. This is a beginner's one. So they're all priced differently depending on what I send you. So I'll include vintage stuff, laces, that kind of thing. So it depends on what goes in the kit. I do have a kit available for next month, for the month of July. It is Winnie the Pooh themed because it's the 100th anniversary of Winnie the Pooh. And it is a soft cover book. It is for intermediate to master class. And I provide all the supplies. There is a short list of supplies that you'll need to have yourself, and then 2 optional items, but that link is in my bio and it has a thing there, and I send you everything. Thank you for the daily. Send you everything else. And then there's a small list of supplies that you need to have yourself in order to complete the workshop.
Right.
Thank you, Penny, for the follow. I appreciate it, but we do a different theme and we do a different level every month. We do something different. Like this is a beginner's class. Thank you for the daily. Thank you, Michelle. And we're using whale tail punches and also tab punches to do our no-sew books. So those are the 2 punches that we're using. You can use either or both. So there is if you click on my profile picture there and go to my bio, there is a link in my bio. I am a legal business.
That's really cool, Benki. Do you teach how to do sewing journals?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Yes. This is a beginner, so this is a no-sew class to this month. Next month, we are going to be doing a sew journal. You could either use a sewing machine that is optional, but we do this every single month. We do a different skill level. You're welcome. But today we're using punches to do our no-sews to create a book. You are very, very welcome. Thank you, Michelle, for the popular. All right.
Michelle, wait, hey.
Hey, beautiful. How are the kiddos? Miss Rita and Miss Joanne. All right. I don't remember. Did you guys give me a thumbs up on your papers? Yes, me too. We've been doing this for quite some time. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, perfect. Okay, so quick question, Miss Joanne and Miss Rita.
Cafe after midnight, it is subscriber link.
No, you don't have to subscribe. It's a one and done. It's a one and done. Every month the theme is different.
Just playing.
It's not a subscription. It is. I am a legal business here on TikTok. But I do have a website, and like I said, the workshop for July, there is a link in my link tree in my bio, and you only have to purchase it one time. It's not a subscription. It is a one and done. If you want to participate in different months, you can. You are so very welcome. But every month is something different, and it's a different skill level as well. And we always go at the slowest pace of the person in the class. But Joanne and Rita, by any chance, do you guys happen to have, to make your life a little bit easier, instead of using scissors, do you guys have a utility knife? If you have a utility knife, I can show you both the way of the scissors and the utility knife. But if you guys have a utility knife, Okay,
Joanne
perfect.
has
Joanne has a utility knife. Rita, do you have a utility knife?
Unison just popping into
Thank you, Sunny. How are you, beautiful? Thank you for the daily. Hello,
Rita
my
does.
love. Oh, okay. Miss Rita, if you have a utility knife, then grab your utility knife and a ruler. And I'll show you both ways. Thank you, Sunny, for the popular. I'll show you both ways, with the scissors and with the utility knife. So with the ruler, so that you guys know
Sunny
both
says,
ways.
"Have fun. Life
Thank
goes
you,
off in
my
review.
love.
Life
I
goes
appreciate
off
it.
in
You have a
review.
beautiful day
Life
too,
goes
and
off in
happy
review."
Father's Day to all y'all. Okay, let me grab my utility knife, and I'll show you both ways. I just had my ruler. And my utility knife. Okay, there we go. All right. Sweet baby Jesus. Okay. All right, so, well, that one I effed up because I accidentally cut off the tab. So let me get rid of that one. Okay, so for everybody that's participating that does not have a utility knife or a ruler, that is okay. I will show you both ways. So what we're going to do is our whale tail and our tabs, and it doesn't matter which one you use. Okay, it really does not. So what we're going to do is we're going to measure either of our punches that we're going to use. Now, they are different size widths. If you lay them on top of each other, the tab is longer than the whale tail. So whatever one you're going to be using, I'm going to use the whale tail. Okay. I am going to measure my whale tail. Let me get the inches here. I'm going to go from the edge of the whale tail to the edge of the whale tail. Okay, so it is 1.25 inches. Sorry, y'all. It's 1.25 inches is what I need. Okay. So, and it's the widest width here on the tab. It's not the very end because it curves. Okay, it is going to be the widest width of that inner punch. So it is 1.25 inches. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take my ruler and my whale tail. Okay, and the whale tail punch and the, you can get these off the Zon. You have to fold a piece of paper in half in order to get what these look like, but not expensive, and they work fantastic. Okay. And they do have a locking mechanism to unlock and lock, but you can get these on the Zon. You can get them as a set. But I am going to take one of my signatures, and I am going to need, first of all, I don't know how many I'm going to need until I look to see where my pages are. I have my height. Okay. So I know in the middle, I'm going to need at least one. I'm going to look at where my placement of my papers are because they're staggered. Okay, so this paper does not come all the way to the bottom, nor does it go all the way to the top. It is in the middle. So I'm going to fold that one over, look at the rest of my paper, and see where everything else is. Okay, that's in the middle. And again, they could be staggered. You can go high, you can go low, you can go in the middle. It does not matter, but that's how we'll know how many whale tail punches we're going to need, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, sometimes 4, depending on how small the paper we're going to use. Okay, so that one's high, that one's all over, that one's all over. This one's in the middle. This one's in the middle. Okay, so I'm in the center of my signature. Okay, so I know that I need to put one exactly in the center of this height of this signature. So we are going to measure from the top of our paper to the bottom of our paper, and we know that it's 8.5 inches. So 4 1/4 would be our middle. So what we need to do, make sure that all of our pages are tight together. So we know that this is 1 1/4 inches. So if we're at 4 1/4 for our center, hey Patsy, 4 1/4 for the middle of our paper, we're going to take our punch and we're going to, okay, we know 4 1/4 is our middle. We're going to take the middle of this and we're going to slide it over. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a pen or a piece, a pen or a pencil, whatever you got, a writing utensil. Hello, beautiful. Where the hell's my pen? Okay, here it is. Okay, so I'm going to take that punch and I am going to mark where that punch lays in this, on that crease. Okay, I'm going to mark 2 lines. Let me zoom in so you guys can see. Okay, so I just laid my punch down, the widest part, and I marked the top and I marked the bottom. So then I have, you don't have to do this so that you guys can see, I have where my punch will sit. And here is the center of my paper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my ruler, or if you don't have a ruler, that's fine too. Use something that has a straight edge. You can use your utility knife or your X-Acto knife, whatever you have. And then you can go ahead and cut on that line from the line to line right down the middle, getting through all of your papers. Okay. And if you don't have a utility knife or you don't have an X-Acto knife, that's okay too. You can use scissors. You'll just have to do that on every single page. You'll have to mark your line and cut your hole with the tips of your scissors and cut up that line. Okay, but you would have to do that on every single page. Find the center of your page, and that's where you would cut it. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to
do this in every section.
Yes, we're going to do this for every section, but we're going to take our tab. We're going to take that center piece first, and we are going to take our whale tail punch and we're going to put it through, making sure that our tab can go through it comfortably so that it meets that top of the whale tail punch. Okay. I apologize. We're actually going from the outside. I'm sorry. We're going from the outside. Going from the outside in. No. I was right the first time. What am I thinking? No, it goes this way. Sorry, guys. Okay, so the whale tail punch, it opens up. Okay, just like that. We fold it back over. It goes into the hole. Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. I got distracted. And then we fit each tab, each page on that tab. Because we've cut through all of our paper. Okay. Okay, so there's our tab sticking on the outside of our signature, and then holding onto that, you can open it up, And you're going to fold over your little whale tails. Open it up in the center. And fold that over. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing on the outside. We're going to fold that to the front. Okay. And fold that down. Then what we're going to do is we are going to glue. So you could use whatever glue you have. Now, Elmer, you can use a glue stick. You can use whatever glue you have. It'll still work. Now, if you use Elmer's glue takes longer to dry and it is very wet, so use very little and spread it out with your finger. This is Art Glitter Glue. It is fast drying and you don't need a whole lot. Thank you, Sam, for the daily. And then the other side. And fold that over. Okay. Now, for our tab on the outside, we're going to leave it just the way it is. Okay. We're not going to do anything with this just yet. But what I am going to do is I'm going to do a another whale tail or another tab at the top here and at the bottom. Okay. So I'm going to lay all my papers open. Again, I'm going to use tab folder, or you can use another whale tail. It does not matter. And I am from the top of my page to the halfway mark, like I said, was 4 1/4. So then I'm going to do at 1 1/2 as my middle. Okay, so here is my middle. It's 1 1/2 inches down. I'm going to make a line. 1 1/2 inches up, which would be 1 1/2. That would be at 7. I'm going to make a line so I know that that's going to be the center of my tab. Okay. And again, I'm going to take my tab. There's my top line. I'm going to put that in the middle. And then what I need to do is I need to make a mark at the top of the tab, a mark at the bottom of my tab. Go down to the bottom, do the same thing, put that in the middle. Make a mark for the top of my tab, a mark for the bottom of my tab. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut from line to line. Okay. So from line to line. And this is on the crease. Okay. From line to line. Then I'm going to take my tab. I'm going to insert one at a time. My dreams come true. Okay, I missed a page, so I'm going to pull the tab out and I'm going to cut it again because I missed one page, and that's the very front one. There we go. Now I'm through. Okay, there's my tab. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my tab. And again, don't mind, I used scrap pieces of paper, and I'm going to bend over the other side. And then I'm going to glue down. Again, I use scrap paper, y'all. You guys all have colored paper. And then the other side. Okay. And then there we have tabs. Bend them over. Make sure they're not going nowheres. All right, then I'm going to open this back up to the middle. And then again, I'm going to cut from line to line. And I'm going to take my tab. I'm going to stick my tab in. Come on. There we go. All right, now I'm going to open this up, fold that over. And I'm going to glue this down. Other side. Glue that down. Okay, so I glued that down, so I have all my tabs out here. So what I'm going to do is now I am going to do that with all of my signatures. And again, based off of where you have your papers, you'll know whether or not you only need 2 or if you need 3 or if you only need 1. I feel more comfortable with 2 than I do with 3. Okay. Well, based off of where my papers are, but I feel more comfortable with 2 than I do with 1. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. I feel more comfortable with 2 tabs than I do with 1 tab. Okay, so I'm going to do all of my signatures. So that was 1. Here's my next signature. So I'm low, I'm in the middle, 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 in the middle. Okay, so for this one, because I have pages that are in the middle, I am going to have to do 3 again, okay? Because I have lows, I have highs, and I have in the middle. If they were all in the middle, then you could do 1 in the middle here and 1 here. So you'd have 2, but 1 tab is not strong enough to do a short piece of paper. Does that make sense? So you would do a tab here, and then a tab in the middle. So that way there you're catching the top and bottom of that short piece. Or you're also catching the one in the middle. Does that make sense? So I'm going to go ahead and got all my papers and make sure that everything is tight. And then I'm going to open it up into the center. And then I know that 4.5 inches is my center. So I'm going to put it up against my crease. Oops. And we are going to do, that is my center. And then I'm going to grab my punch, And I'm going to take my punch, center it to my dot, and then I am going to mark the top and bottom of the wider point. And then I'm going to take my utility knife or my scissors, and I'm going to cut from the bottom dot to the top dot. Okay. Again, if you don't have a utility knife or an X-Acto, you can do each individual page. And I'm going to cut from here to here with my scissors straight up. I'm just going to poke a hole, go up, or if you have an X-Acto knife or a box cutter, that works as well. Box cutter or X-Acto knife. Start at the top, go through all of your papers, and come down to that bottom line. Okay, let me make sure I got through all. Come on. Okay, I did. So I'm going to take my tab and I'm going to go through my cut. Okay, my bag hole is not quite tall enough, but that's okay. I can just cut a little bit to make sure that it fits. There we go. And then my other paper. I need a little bit bigger of a hole. So I'm going to cut a little bit bigger of a hole. And then slide my paper in. Okay. So now I can bend this over. I'm going to open up my signature again. I'm going to lay that tab down, bend that, and then open this tab up and bend that open. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add glue to this side of the tab for here. I'm going to glue that down. And then this side. Fold that over. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my next tab and I'm going to go in the middle between here and here. I'm going to take my tab at the wide, here's my crease. So I'm going to take my pen and I'm going to mark on the crease the widest part of the middle of my tab. Okay. And again, I'm going to take my X-Acto knife or box cutter and I'm going to go from line to line. And then I'm going to take my tab and I'm going to insert it. I didn't make this tall enough. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I didn't make it tall enough. to the middle. Okay. Lay that tab down. Open it up. Then I'm going to open the middle of my tab. Fold it over. And glue this down. And then glue this down. Okay. Then I'm going to do the same thing down here at the bottom. I'm going to take another one of my tabs. And between here and here, I'm going to lay the tab. You don't have to measure unless you really want to. You can measure what the distance is. I normally don't. I just eyeball what the middle is between there and there and here and there and there. Widest point. Okay. And then again, use the box cutter or X-Acto knife. Go from line to line. Okay. Come on. Okay, I didn't get a page. First, the sweet baby Jesus. For the love of baby Jesus, the struggle is real. Here we go. This is real life.
Sorry, I sent you a message. I missed the first part of the line.
That's okay, Sherry. I can send it to you then.
Jerry, thanks.
You're welcome, love. All right, go back to the center. Oops. Fold over that tab. And then we're going to glue down the tab. And then glue down the tab. Okay. My outside paper keeps falling off. Hold on. There we go.
Yet, was any reason you use a round in the middle?
Any reason you
Retain
use
small
the round in
tabs
the
are
middle?
not staying.
Okay, so if the small tabs aren't staying, you have your tabs. What you can do is fold them over. Okay, and you can glue that down. So if you have that small piece, you can glue that down to that piece. Because we're going to use, that's why we have the muslin strips. But glue that over. Glue your tabs over on the outside. Okay? If you're having problems with them staying together. So it doesn't matter if you're folding it over to the back side or to the front side. Just whatever those outside sheets, whatever way you want to go. I'm going to fold this one this way as well. And I'm going to glue that down. Give it a second for it to dry. Okay, then the bottom tab, same thing. And then fold that over. Like it. Rock the Casbah, rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah, rock the Casbah. Okay. So, like I said, it doesn't matter which, let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. It doesn't matter if we fold the tabs to the front or fold the tabs to the back. We have our muslin strips that we're going to use to attach all 3 signatures, or all 3 or 4, whatever you decided to do, signatures. So that's all you have to do, and then they'll stay. So you're glued down in the middle, and they will stay. Okay. If these tabs, I know that the whale tail ones are longer than these tabs, then try switching them up to the whale tail ones. If you have too many papers, that may be why it's not thick. This isn't long enough, so you'd have to go to the whale tails. It could be because there's too many papers. But I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 pages in here, and they worked fine. Thank you for the daily. So I'm going to take my other one that I did, this one, and I'm going to go ahead and glue the outside edges on this one as well. So,
Cafe after midnight welcome.
Woo woo! And then fold that over. Fold that over. Oops, my glue dried too fast. we go. And then glue that one. So that one is glued together now. So I'm glued in the middle and I'm glued on the outside. So that's 2. Here's my third. I'm going to go to the middle. And again, I know that it is 4.5 inches from the top. Oops. Mark the center. And then I'm going to grab my punch. I'm going to use the whale tail in the middle. In the center, I'm going to take my whale tail in the center. And I'm the widest part of the whale tail. Mark my lines. And then again, I'm going to cut from the top of that line to the bottom line. Oops. My blade came out. There it goes. Okay. I take my whale tail, put it in the center. Time for you, baby. Okay, pull that all the way tight. Open this up. Open my whale tail. Crease it open. Take my glue. Glue the outer part of the tab. Glue that to the middle. To the outside. Down for you, baby. Okay, then I'm going to take my tab. Showed you the door. Okay, I'm going to mark the widest part at the top and the bottom. And then I'm going to take my knife and I'm going to cut from on the crease from the top to the bottom. Slide my tab in. Okay. And I make sure my papers stay. I'm going to go ahead and fold this over. I'm going to fold that over. I'm going to go ahead and glue those down. I'll wipe off any excess glue. And don't worry if you didn't catch the center of your pages, that's okay. Just trim that little bit off, making sure that you don't trim your tab itself. You're only trimming that little bit of paper. It's not going to kill anything. I promise. I promise. Okay, same thing. I'm going to open these up. And then I'm going to glue the back side of the tab down. All right, then I'm going to take another one of my tabs and I'm going to put that in the center between here and here. And again, I'm going to, the widest part of my tab, and then again, cut from that line down to the other line. And then your tab. Through. Okay, fold this open. And again, glue that down. Then glue this side down. Fold that over. Okay, and then I'm going to glue that. Wipe off the excess glue. Okay, now I'm going to go to my next signature. Open it up in the middle. 4.5 inches from the top. I'm going to mark my center, 4.5 inches.
Jody Cafe off the Midnight left that paper.
Thank you. And then I'm going to take my whale tail. I'm going to center that line with the middle of my whale tail. And then I'm going to do the top widest part of the tab of the tail and the bottom. And then take my X-Acto knife or box cutter and go from the top down the crease to the bottom line. Take my tab. I go all the way through. There we go. Okay, I'm all the way through. Fold it over. Fold it back. And then I'm going to glue down this part of the whale tail to that side. And then this part of the whale tail to the other side. And then I'm going to go fold this part to the back. And then glue that down. You might think it's foolish. Okay, now I'm going to open it back up to the center. And then I'm going to take my tab. Make sure I'm on my crease. And then, okay, we're not using the outer part because the flaps are what is holding the paper. It's just the tab part. And then we are the top of the tab, the bottom of the tab. So that you can see we're leaving this and this. We're using the other, this shorter part. That's what we're marking the top and bottom of, because the wings are what's going to hold all the papers together. Okay. And then from the top of our line to the bottom of our line, again in the crease, we're going to take our X-Acto knife. I'm going to go through all of our papers and come down from line to line. Okay, take our tab, this side, and then slide that through the hole. Okay, so then we open this back up, fold it over. Open up the middle of our tail. And then we're going to glue this side. And this side. And there is our tag. Go the outside. I trim this off, or actually I'll just pull it off because it's just a little thin. Then I'm going to fold this over. And again, if you have some papers that are not matching, not a big deal. Don't cut your tab, but just trim those papers just with your scissors, so that it's trimming off that excess, but it's still flat. It doesn't have to, you don't have to be perfect. We're not perfect human beings. Okay, so if you don't get it right in the center, it's not a big deal. Okay, and then we're going to glue that tab. We're always harder on ourselves than other people are hard on us. But there's no right or wrong way to do it. There's no right or wrong way to do it. We do it the way we want to do it. Whatever is working for you may not work for somebody else. So you do what you got to do, boo-boo. You ignore the noise. Okay?
Tracy, Ida, you have a punch for making the tabs. I'm sorry if you showed it and I
yes,
missed that part.
I do, Tracy. So you can get these on the Zon. They come in a pack of 2, both punches, or you can buy them separately. Now the whale tail does have a wider, here I'll show you the difference. So the gap, you have to fold your paper in half in order to do the whale tail punch. In order to get the whole thing, you have to fold your paper in half and then stick it in. But anyway, the depth between the top of the punch and the wings is deeper than the tab punch. So I'm using a whale tail in the center, and I have 9 pages, and then I have these on the outside, the top and the bottom, which again, 9 pages, they worked fine. It's a little short, but it works. But yes, you can get these. That's all you're going to say. But you can get either of these on the Zon.
Awesome. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. They do have a locking mechanism underneath to be able to unlock it and open it. And then you have to hold it closed and lock it in order to keep it closed. Rita's like, yeah, it's little. Anyway, all right, so we're going to open that back up to the center. And then I'm going to take my file tab. And like I said, you can use all whale tails. You can use all file tabs. I gave everybody both. You use what works, but they both do work.
We're trying to keep it PG-13.
She's like, F this. And then the widest part of the tab. I love you, Rita. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. And then I am going to then cut from the top line to the bottom line on the crease. I love you, Rita. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm laughing with you. Okay, and then push that tab through till it stops on the wings. Okay. And then open that tab up. And then we're going to glue down both sides. And again, I'm using white tabs because I did not do mine when I did y'all's. Yours all have color. So you can pick paper. If you get the punches yourself, you could pick any color paper, matching paper, so that it doesn't stand out. But also, you're not going to really see it. Once we start decorating our pages, you're not going to see a lot of these unless you do want them to stand out. But again, I use scrap paper. Now I'm going to go to my last tab here. And I'm going to fold that over. And then I'm going to glue that down. Get rid of the excess glue. And again, if you have some papers that are sticking past, not a big deal. Just don't cut your tab. Just cut the papers. You don't have to trim a lot, just enough. Okay, so it doesn't have to be perfect. That's okay. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, so now I have all 4 of my signatures glued with my tabs. Give me a thumbs up when you get to this point, when you're done with all of your signatures. And like I said, you can use 2 tabs, you can use 3. It just depends on where you have your short papers. Yay, Rita and Joanne. Are you both giving me a middle finger? Are you both giving me a middle finger right now? Or are you guys okay? Are you guys giving me the middle finger? Am I okay? Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Some comments were filtered. Ha! Oh my God, Joanne. Okay. Dorita's like, bleh. All right. So which part did you find difficult? And be honest. Did you find that the file tabs were too short and the whale tails worked better? Or did you find cutting through all the layers hard with the utility knife or box cutter? The tab was just too short. Okay.
Rita, the tab was just too short.
So did you have enough whale tails?
Joanne Pink Classic cutting.
Okay. So for Joanne, it was the cutting. Okay. So Rita, what you could do, okay, love, is if did you already use the short tabs? Because if the short tabs are too short for you, what you could have done, you could have, hold on, let me show you. You should have said something. I would have showed you a little tricky trick. So if these were too short, what you could have done was opened it up, cut off the wings of the one side. Hold on, I'll show you. Cut off the wings of the one side. Okay. Give me a piece of paper here. Hold on. I need a piece of paper. All this paper, and I don't have a piece of paper. Hold on. What the hell, Cinderella?
I thought about it, but had already glued it.
Oh, that's okay. But anyway, but what you'll do is when you cut your line, you're going to, whatever side, this tab that you fold over, example, I'm just going to show you. Hold on. Okay, whatever, you put your tab, you cut off those wings, right? And you put your tab through, whatever side you put your wings on, you're going to glue the rest of it to the opposite side so that it locks it in. So that way your papers aren't going anywhere. Does that make sense? So whatever side you glued your tab to, your wings, you're going to go say I glued it here, the opposite way on this side is where you're going to fold your tab over. So for future reference, that's what you can do with your punch, is cut off the wings on the opposite side, put it through, and then you glue your wings onto the opposite side as the other side, as the back. So you have one glued to the front and the other one's glued to the back. FYI, if that ever happens again. Does that make sense, Rita? I wish you would have said something sooner. Or I would have told you that. Because if you would have said, it's way too short, Brina, it isn't working, I would have said, hold on. Oh, Sailor got this for me for Christmas. Isn't that beautiful? A lady here on TikTok makes them. But I'll have to ask Sailor where she got them from. I know it's a lady here on TikTok. But she makes these, and it's like stones here in the middle. but they're absolutely beautiful. And then it's stones filled in the middle, the little crown thingy on top. 'Cause I'm a princess. But anyway, yes, they are beautiful. All right, so we have all of our signatures now.
How early does them?
I'll have to ask Ollie I'll have to ask Sailor Scraps who she got these from, but I know for a fact it is a lady here on TikTok that makes these. And I believe she is Spanish speaking, if I'm not mistaken. But she does a fantastic job. I mean,
I would love to know. Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. I will ask her and see who she got these from. But like I said, I know it is a lady here on TikTok. But I love these. I love this. And it has held up very nicely. I mean, I haven't had any problems with it at all. And the knife is really, really sharp. And it does have, hold on, we'll pull the cap off. This does unscrew.
Jolly Cape after midnight. Need it. Ailey, thank you.
And it does have replacement blades.
That one is really beautiful.
I know Sailor did a good job. I know that we all got one for Christmas. This was the one that I got. But I know that she makes them in different colors with different things on it. Stace with shaking bacon. Okay, so we have all of our signatures put together. And now what we can do is thank you for the daily. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick potty break. We're going to take a potty break, y'all. This is my little toilet plunger and toilet paper. We're going to take a quick little potty break and we'll be right back. I'm going to go. I gotta pee. But anyway, y'all, quick pee break. We'll come back and we'll start with our cotton muslin strips. Okay, when we come back, and then the book cover part. So hold tight, y'all. If somebody can keep the chat busy until I run to the restroom real quick, so that way their TikTok doesn't send me a puzzle piece while I'm gone, I would highly appreciate it. Potty break. Ugh.
Jolie Cafe after midnight blood is a Muslim strip.
Laugh more, that toilet is so cute.
Rita will be back after these messages will.
Catfish B Lana Dida Dada.
Joanne Pink Classic LA 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 La.
Great topic, the SD Pat. That was we wholehearted.
Jolly Cafe after midnight Jeopardy music.
Okay, I'm back. Ugh. Thinky, little bladder. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Thank you guys for being patient.
Nobody needs a bullet, don't matter.
Perfect. All right. Well, then go potty, Rita. Go potty. We'll wait for you. Just give me a thumbs up when you get back, so I know you guys are ready to go. Oh, you did? You know, I got that from okay, so the muslin strips. Okay, Jolie, so what they are is waxing strips. You can get them on the Zon. They are made out of muslin, but they are it's cloth, but they are cloth body waxing strips. Believe it or not. You can get a pack of 200 strips for like $7 or $6. Yes.
Jolie Cafe after midnight. That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, girl, you gotta reuse everything. They're not dirty. They are clean. They weren't never used. I just found them at a thrift store. Or not a thrift store. Yeah, a thrift store. And I bought them, and then I've been using them ever since. So I do purchase them now off the Zon because I love them so much. Because it is... Hello, Ferret! Because they're nice and thick. They're thicker than some of the muslin you can get off the Zon. But they work great. Love it, love it. But they are. They're body hair remover strips. But I like them because they have the edging on the sides. I use them in scrapbooking all the time. Yes, you can dye them. Yep, because it's still cotton, so you can dye them. You can coffee stain them. You can use inks on them. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You can use whatever you want on them. But yeah. Indeed, girl. Indeed.
Dye them. That is a great idea.
Absolutely. I like the natural. And again, we're doing a beach theme today, so this was like part of the like beachy colors. So I thought they would be great. Okay, so I have 4 signatures. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take our strips, okay? Excuse me. So our tabs that we glued down, we are going to, the width of our tab, okay, which is, sorry, we go this side, 1.25 inches, okay? We're going to take our cloth, measure out 1.25 inches or 1.5 inches, that which is fine. And we're going to make a little notch in our fabric with the tip of our scissors. Okay, just a little notch. And then we're going to tear it down. Okay, and then there is our strip. Pull out your excess strings. Okay. And then again, this side, same thing. We're going to go about 1.5 inches from the outside. And again, cut a little notch. And then rip it down the length. Okay, get rid of your excess strings. Now we have 2 strips, okay? And then we have this small piece. Don't get rid of this small piece because this small piece we can use for tops of tags or pieces of ephemera, okay? So save that small scrappy scrap. Don't get rid of it because we use our scraps. Okay, same thing. 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches. Little cut, and then just rip it. Okay, same thing. And then save that little piece because we can reuse it for our tag, top of our tags, or we can use it for pieces of ephemera. So save that little piece and then pull off all your strings. Okay, so we have 4 total strips. Okay, so 4 total strips. Trim off that. That's okay too, Miss Rita. That's okay. You could do that too. I'm fine with that. But I'm saying if you ripped it the way I did and you saved the little strips, you can save that or you can cut them in half. Doesn't matter. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we have 4 strips, okay? We have our signatures, and again, it doesn't matter if you did 3 signatures or 4 signatures or 5. What we're going to do is we're going to take our strips, okay? And our strips are exactly 9.25 inches long. Okay, 9.25 inches. So what we're going to do is we're going to fold them in half, and then we're going to cut on that seam. So put our scissors inside that loop and cut it right in half. Okay, we're going to do that to all 4 strips. So fold it in half. We have our little loop. Put our scissors in, cut them in half. Again, fold it in half. Have our little loop. Put our scissors in, pull out, and then cut that in half. Same thing. And we are going to cut that in half. All right. So we're going to take one of those strips, fold it in half again. We're going to take our scissors, cut that one in half. So then we have 2 short pieces. Take another one, fold it in half. Again, cut that in half. Take the next one, fold it in half. Cut that in half. Take the next one, fold it in half. Put the scissors in, cut it in half. Take another piece, fold it in half. Take our scissors into the loop, pull up, cut it in half. Take our next strip, fold it in half, put our scissors in the loop, pull up so it's nice and taut, cut it in half. And we're going to do all the strips the same way. Okay, so we have a stack of strips. Thank you, Jess, for the daily. Okay, Joanne and Rita, when you guys have all your strips cut, give me a thumbs up so I know you guys are ready. Perfect, Miss Joanne. Miss Rita, perfect. Okay, so our signatures, we want to make sure we are right side up. So we have 1, and again, I don't know how many signatures you guys did. I did 4. This is right side up. We just want to make sure they're all right side up. That's right side up. And this is right side up. Okay. So we're going to take our first signature, okay? Our first signature. We're going to flip it over to the back where our tabs are, okay? So I have 1, 2, 3 tabs. And then what we're going to do is we are going to take our glue. We can use either, okay, so the E6000, if you don't have strong glue, like Art Glitter Glue, Barely Art, or a glue stick, if you don't have those fast drying glues, it's okay. You can use a little bit of the E6000 tube that I sent you guys. But what we're going to do is we're going to take our tabs and we're going to do, this is going to be for the first signature. We are going to glue the same area that our tabs are, and we are going to glue all 3 strips on the edge. Okay, and we're going to glue all 3 of our strips, or if you only use two of them, then where your tabs are, that is where you're going to glue these little strips. So, for example, like my bottom one here, I actually need to pull these papers away a little bit, and I need to trim those off. Not cutting my tab, just those papers, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my strip. I'm going to add glue to the end of my strip. And I'm going to lay that down over my tab. And let that glue down. I'm going to hold it and get rid of the excess glue until that dries and it catches. Okay, so you have all of this hanging off. Okay, then I'm going to go to the next one. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put a line of glue down on that strip. And I'm going to cover that tab. And then the next one, again, gluing down, putting glue on the edge of that fabric, and then going, let me cut this little piece of paper off here. There we go. And then glue this down over top. Just so that it covers the tab. Okay, so our tabs will be sticking out. This is the front of my book, so my tabs will be facing the front. So when I go to put these in my book, the cover, before I put my paper down, we are going to glue these tabs to the front part of our book, so they'll be glued in, okay? So these will be glued to our chipboard then. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave those tabs in the front of our signature. We're going to fold it over so that they're not sticking out back here. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take another piece of fabric. Okay, so you can see in between these two tabs there I do have a piece of paper. So I want to make sure that my tab isn't wider because this is a short piece. I want to make sure that my tab isn't overlapping this piece of paper. I want to cut this a little bit shorter so that it fits in between these two tabs but without interfering with this page. So I'm going to cut a little length off of here. Rip the edge. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to then take and glue that edge and then put it right in the middle there. Okay, so then it's not interfering with this page being able to open and close. Okay. Then I'm going to take another tab and it's going to go in the middle. And if it's too wide, if it's wider than the two tabs that you already have down and it overlaps, what you can do is just cut off just enough so that, and then if you want to fray it, whatever, to make sure that it fits between, let me zoom in. There we go. So that this fits in between those two tabs. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put a little bit of glue. And then glue that right in the middle between those two tabs that face the front. Okay. All right, so I have my two.
What if we only have two?
If you only have two, that is fine. You don't have to have three. You only need two. So if you only have two and you did one up top and one at the bottom, then do them right under the ones that you've already glued in. If there's not enough room to do them above, Miss Rita. So for example, say you have your tab here and your tab here, you can go above or below. You don't have to have a third in the middle. But if you did, do you understand what I'm saying? So just go above or below the ones that you've already put on if you only did two whale tails. So if you have enough room to go below, say you only have one here and one here, tails from the paper, you can go above if you have enough room or underneath it. It doesn't matter. Preferably above, but you can go below. Yes, and you only have to use two. You don't have to use three unless you feel more comfortable using three, but you only have to use two. From here on out till the last signature, we're only going to use two. Excuse me. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we are then going to get our next signature. Okay, making sure, again, we are facing right side. We are going to lay that on top of our first signature, making sure our heights, they are lined up. Okay. Then we can take our tab, fold it over, And you can either leave it the full length of the tab, or you can cut it short. You can cut it short to make sure that you have the right width. If you don't like the way it looks, then cut it short. If you like the way it looks, then leave it long. So then you're going to add a dab. You're going to add glue here to the back side. You're going to fold it over. Wipe off the excess glue. Again, you can either leave this tab full or you can cut it short. I'm going to cut mine short because I did the top one. I'm going to estimate about the same. And then I'm going to add glue to the end of that fabric. And then fold it over. Again, making sure that your signatures are the same height, okay? So then that is what it's going to look like. These tabs are going to get glued to the cover, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to take two more cloth tabs. These go in the front.
This is clearly for aesthetics. The extra one's correct.
Yes. My TV stopped working. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. We're back. We're back. Sorry, my TV stopped casting. Okay, so then we're going to take two more tabs. And we're going to go above, below the ones that we just put in. So I'm going to take my cloth, glue the end, and I'm going to go above this one so that it's the same height, same width above. And then the other one. And then I'm going to go below. I'm going to grab my next signature. Again, making sure I'm in the right, up and down, right, facing the right direction. I'm going to flip it to the back. Again, I'm going to lay it on top of my other two signatures, making sure the top and the bottom match and the sides match on both sides. Okay. I'm going to take those two tabs that I just glued, not the front ones. And yes, this is the biatch theme. And then I'm going to go ahead and fold that over. I'm going to cut this strip down a little bit. And then I'm going to glue on the outside of that strip. I'm going to fold that over. And then I'm going to take the next strip. I'm going to fold that over. I'm going to trim that. Fold that over. And these pieces that you're cutting off, if you don't like seeing the tabs, if you did 3 tabs like I did, you can cover that up with another piece of fabric. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. All right. And that's where we're at. Okay. These 3 tabs are for the front. That's going to attach to the cover. Okay. Now I'm going to get my next signature. And again, making sure I'm facing the right direction. I'm going to flip it to the back. And then I'm going to go ahead and take 2 more tabs. And I am going to go below. And I'm going to glue this. Actually, I'm going to glue this one here in the middle. Because my paper, did I just put that on the wrong? Glue that tab for the love of baby Jesus, because I forgot to cut my strip for here, but that's okay. Glue that part down first. Okay, then I'm going to take my strip and I'm going to cut this one in half. And I'm going to glue this one here. And the other half here. Okay, then I'm going to take my last signature. I'm going to put that on top. And again, lining up the top and the bottom. Lining up the sides. I'm going to take this, pull this over. I'm going to trim it shorter. And don't worry about what this side looks like, because you're not even going to see this. The spine part, because it's getting glued into a book. Take this, because my last piece. Trim that shorter. Oops. Trim this shorter. Okay. All right. So now what we need to do is we need 3 of these. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you. So we need 3 of these. So if you have a short piece of paper like I do, go below and above. Excuse me. And I have a short piece here, so I'm going to go just there so that I am below that top piece of paper. Okay, I'm going to glue that down so that I'm not interfering with anything opening or closing. And we're going to need 3 tabs to glue to our cover, back cover. So there's 1. And then below, I want to make sure that it's not longer than the bottom of my page. I need to cut this one a little bit shorter. Sorry, I'm choking on my own spit. Thank you for the oranges. Thank you. I'm going to go at the bottom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I need to take a drink of coffee. Excuse me. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Excuse me. I am so sorry, y'all. SpongeBob. And then one to center. Okay, so we have our 3 tabs now for, we're going to leave them full. So we have, and again,
Tracy, those little strips paper.
No, they're cloth. It's
like fabric.
Yep, they are fabric. So it doesn't matter what this part looks like because you're never going to see this because it's going to get glued into a spine. So you're never going to see this part. So it doesn't matter. These strips are going to get glued to chipboard. And that's it. So you don't have to worry about what this looks like. Okay? So this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because, again, we're never going to see it. And then these strips get glued to our chipboard. And you're not going to see those either because they'll be under paper. Okay? But what we do want to make sure is that, okay, we have our strips here in the front. Our ones that are in the back, we need to make sure we are glued all the way to the edge. Yeah, Miss Lulu, actually, there is a link in my bio. You can go to my YouTube. I have several workshops up there of previous workshops on how to make signatures, how to do sews, piano hinges, all that good stuff. So I need to glue that all the way to the edge. And this tab, thank you for the follow. And same thing with this. I know, go right ahead, Ruth or Rita, go right ahead. I know I've been coughing. I apologize. Same thing with this tab. We need to make sure that it is glued all the way to that back part. To the inside of this, the back, in the, or the signature part where it folds together. So that when we glue it down to glue these strips into our covers, it doesn't come loose. So you want to make sure they're glued all the way down. Okay, so we still have our little flap. We still have our flap. And we still have our flap. And again, it does not matter what this looks like because we're never going to see it. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we have all of our signatures glued together. Let me zoom out. So now we have all of our signatures glued together, okay, using cotton fabric, muslin. So we have extra strips. You can use those for whatever you want in your book to add to your ephemera pieces. We have all of our little scrappy scraps. We have our strips for tags if you want them. But hang on to all your little scrappy scraps because you will probably need them to decorate your ephemera later. Okay. So once you guys have gotten to this point, we will need our bag that is sealed, that has our chipboard and our paper for our covers. Okay, so we will need this next. And then we can let this sit to the side. And this can finish drying while we're working on our cover. Okay, so that's what we'll need next is our bag with our cover pieces. Give me a thumbs up, Miss Rita and Miss Joanne. Hey, Katie. What's shaking, bacon? Y'all, Katie's my daughter-in-law.
Tracy E. Thumb.
Yay! Woo woo, Trace. I didn't see you in here, girlfriend. Welcome, welcome.
Ridderback had to get that liquid and that hang it over isn't over long.
And that hang it over isn't over. Okay, what part of the struggle bus are you struggling with, Miss Rita? You are allowed to ride the struggle bus. The party was a blast. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus. All right, Miss Rita, if you're ready and you have your bag that has our chipboard and paper in.
I'm ready and ready.
All right. She's ready. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the peach. Or the oranges. Thank you, Miss Rita. You're so sweet. All right. So your chipboard is already cut for you. So you don't have to struggle with chipboard. This is your spine. This is your cover and your back cover. I did this so that you guys didn't have to struggle. I already cut it for you. It's all the same size. Okay? It's all the same size.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. And then we have 1, 2, 3,
Joanne Pink Classic Tie.
4, 5, 6 sheets of the same exact paper. It's like the beachy wood grain. So make sure you guys have 6 pieces of this paper. 6 pieces. Good, Miss Rita. Good, Miss Joanne. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get the glue off the tips of my fingers. You can't feel anything. Okay. All right. So we have 2 pieces of chipboard that are the same exact size. And then we have our narrower chipboard, which is going to be our spine. Okay, let me zoom out here. Okay. All right. So for those of you that are following along, our chipboard spine is 8.5 inches tall by 2.5 inches wide. Our cover and our back are again 8.5 inches tall. And they are 5 3/4 inches wide. Okay, approximately. Give or take a little tiny bit. Okay. Okay. So we're only going to need our spine at the moment. We're going to take our front cover and our back cover, and we're going to set this chipboard to the side. We're going to take a sheet of our paper, whatever direction, okay, you can't do it this way. The paper has to be turned this way. 11.5 by 8.5 across. Otherwise, we cannot wrap our chipboard. So, in order to stay consistent with our paper, okay, which is why there are 6 total sheets, is that if you're putting the red at the top or the red at the bottom, all the sheets are going to have to be consistent. Okay? I mean, you can Mod Podge it, sure, so that it's all different. That is completely up to you. Or you can make them consistent where the red stripe is all at the top. Okay? Or, again, flip it however way you want it, but it has to be 11.5 inches tall, 8.5 inches wide. That's the only way we're going to be able to wrap the chipboard. Okay? So, we're going to flip over our chipboard. Again, remembering what we have at the top. And again, you could do it whether it's the white or the red at the top. Okay? So we're going to take our chipboard. This is our spine. And we're going to lay that in the middle. So, because it's 11.5 inches tall, whatever amount of paper you have at the top, make sure it's the same amount on the bottom, and left and right. So, to find our center, we know that we are 8.5 inches. And where's my pen? So 4.25 inches. 4.25. 4.25. And I'm going to draw a line. Wait, did I do that right? Yes, I did. Jesus, I didn't think I did it right. So from the top to bottom, it's 11.5 or 11 inches. So 5.5. 5.5. 5.5. Okay, line those up. Okay, and there is my center. Okay. So this, I'm going to find my center this way, the short way. Okay, so this is 2.5 inches. So it is going to be 1.25 inches. And 1.25 inches. Okay, so I have my 1.25 inch mark, my 1.25 inch mark, and then that'll find the center running up, vertical. Landscape, we need to find the center from top to bottom. So it's 8.5. So 4.25. 4.25. 4.25. And I'm going to draw my line across. Then I have this line. Okay, so I have my center point here, and I have my center point here. So what I can do is I can line up these two lines at the top and bottom, and then I can line up my two lines side to side. So I have a perfect cross intersection. Okay, so I'm lined up here at the top, and I'm lined up here on the sides. Okay.
I lost you on the first line.
That's okay. All you need to do is find the center of your paper. So if you measure across your paper, sorry, let me zoom back out. So this is the 8.5 inches across, and this is 11 inches down. So to find your center, you're going to measure over to 4 1/4 and put a dot at the top and then at the bottom. And then you're just going to take your ruler and connect the two dots. And then to find your center going...
Rita, I have the first one.
Okay, so we know that this is 11 inches long. So we need to put it at 5 1/4. So we're going to make a dot on 5 1/4 on this side, and 5 1/2. Sorry, 5.5 inches. Sorry, I had to do the math. So 5.5 inches down from the top, we put a dot. 5.5 inches from the top on the other side, we put a dot. And then we make our line across. And that'll give us the exact center of our paper. And we're going to do the same thing with our chipboard. We're going to measure across the top of our chipboard. And we are then going to make a dot at 1 1/4 inches, make a dot at the top, and 1 1/4 inches at the bottom, and make a dot, and then connect those two lines. And then to find the center here, this is 8.5 inches tall. So we are going to make our thing at 1/4, 4 1/4, and 4 1/4, and then we're gonna attach. Then we're gonna connect those two dots. So then we're finding our center of our chipboard. Okay. So we have the center of both our paper and our chipboard. Give me a thumbs up if you understand what I'm saying. Okay, perfect. Love you, young thing. Hey, April.
Read a 4.25 on the brown one.
Okay, so yes, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 from the bottom to the top on the longest side. Yes, 4 1/4. Excuse my crunch, y'all. I'm eating crackers.
Ruthie, edible crackers?
Girl, hold on, Ruthie. I got you covered. A 5-pounder, bro. Ruth, a 5-pound container of animal crackers. This bitch is huge. 5 pounds. It's a huge container. I kid you not. I about died when I saw that. We went to Sam's Club and I saw that and I was like, sold. Bro, I've had those in my room for the last month. I'm not even a quarter of the way through them. And Blenda's like, are you going to share those? I'm like, no.
That is great.
I know. Those are my snacky snacks, damn it. That's so funny. All right, how you doing, Miss Rita? Are you okay?
Rigadone.
Okay. Hold on, let me finish chewing my cracker. Okay. Sweet baby Jesus. Okay. So we found our center for both items. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip this over. We're going to leave this exposed. Flip this over. And we're going to apply glue to the back side that we did not mark. Okay. So go around Trailer Park Girls around the outside. If I can get my glue. Okay. Oh, for the love of baby Jesus. I love this glue, but I hate the tips because they always get glue boogies. And it's so, there we go. So around the outside. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can use a glue stick. You can use glitter glue. You can use 3-in-1. You can use whatever your little heart desires. Elmer's glue takes a little bit longer to dry, but glue sticks work too. FYI. All right. So we're going to flip that over. We're going to line up our lines so that it's straight up and down.
Pastor Lola Sabrina.
Hola! How are you, beautiful? And then what we're going to do is we're going to smooth that out. Where is my... Here we go. Take your ruler or your bone folder and smooth that out so you have good connection up and down. Flip it over. Do the same thing. Making sure that your glue is spread out. Okay. All right. So once we have that glued down, okay, once we have this glued down, we're going to go ahead, we're going to fold, we're going to take the top of our paper, fold it over just in the middle here. You don't have to do this part, just the middle over the chipboard, just so that you're getting that crease so you know where the top is. Okay, fold it over from the bottom up, just where the chipboard is, so you know where your crease is. Okay, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna create wings. Okay, we're gonna create wings to be able to attach our pages to the front. Okay. Now, this, it's not rocket science, y'all. If you F up, it's not a big deal. So, you can see where our crease is. Hold on, let me mark it with a pen. Here is where our bottom of our chipboard is. Okay, and there's the side of our chipboard. So what we're going to do is we are going to create, we're going to come in at an angle and go to that point. So just cut it at an angle, take your scissors at an angle right into that point, so that it's a straight line. Go to the other side. Again, we can see where the bottom and the side is. Take our scissors at an angle and go into that point. Okay. All right, go to the other side. Again, we can see where the chipboard is here and here. Okay, we're going to take our scissors at that angle and cut a straight line into that corner. Just like that. And if it's a little off, it's not a big deal. Okay? But there you can see. All right? Same thing on this side. We're going to mark here the width and the height. Okay? Take our scissors at an angle and cut right into that point. Okay. So we have this and we have this. So we have this and this. Good? Tell me when you guys are ready. Yay! Miss Rita! How are you doing, Miss Joanne?
Rita had the switch blue.
That's okay. Like I said, you can use glue sticks. You can use 3-in-1. You can use Barely Arch. You can use Elmer's. You can use whatever. You just have to make sure that if you need time for it to dry, especially if you're using Elmer's regular white glue, you need to tell me so that I can allow you more time for it to dry before moving on to the next step. But glue sticks, I use Yoo-Hoo glue sticks. I've used Elmer's glue sticks. They hold very, very well as well. Okay, so now that we got these tabs down, okay, the angle, let me zoom in. Oops. Okay, the angle of this cut, use your ruler, lay it down against that angle that you cut, right? So this is folded up. Lay your ruler down so that you're catching the angle of that paper. You're going to take a pencil or a pen and you're going to mark that angle just like that. That's all you're going to do. This we are going to cut off. We're leaving this part. We are cutting off just that. Not this, just this section. Okay? So I'm going to take my scissors and I am going to cut off just this section. Okay? So that I still have my wing. All right. I'll show that again. So I have my wing at the bottom. I'm going to fold that over. I'm going to take my ruler. I'm going to go at the same angle as this. And I'm going to draw a line. Okay. And then this part is what I'm cutting off. Not this part, just this part. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this down. I am just cutting off that part. So then so here's my two parts that I cut off. I'm leaving this. And then I'm going to do the same thing at the other end. I'm going to follow this angle here all the way, and this part is going to get cut off. So I'm going to follow this angle of the tab on both sides. Okay, I'm going to cut that off. So I'm going to fold that underneath. And I am going to cut this off. Go to the other side. And then I'm going to cut this off. So that's what we will have. Okay. Okay, everybody good? Yay! All right. Yay! Okay, so now what we're going to need is we are going to need our other 2 pieces of chipboard. Okay, we're going to need these 2 pieces of chipboard. So we're going to take one of them and we are going to lay it down. Okay, we need... Sorry, let me move up here. We're going to do one side at a time. So we have our little flappy flap that stays flat. You have this part. Okay. What we're going to do is the gap that's between our spine and our cover, okay, is very important. There needs to be enough room for our flap to be attached, but also to create so that the paper, so what a lot of people make mistakes when they're doing paper covers, their mistake is they make it too tight. So that what happens is when you're creasing that paper, okay, to accommodate for the cover and the both front and back, it cracks or it splits. It's because when you look at paper, there is a grained, you want to go with the grain of the paper. So when you're looking at paper, this is the grain of the paper. Do you understand what I'm saying? So whatever's giving you the most resistance or the least resistance is the grain of the paper. So that's what we're using, is the grain of this particular paper. We want to do what the grain of the paper is. That's why I did it the way I did it. Because I know the grain of this paper. I use it all the time. So you want to make sure that you're with the grain of the paper. Sorry, I got a puzzle piece. Hold on. So you always want to go with the grain of the paper when you're doing a paper cover, because if you go against the grain and not with the grain, that's where you're getting splitting and cracking. Otherwise, you have to very lightly mist it with water. But the problem with that is over time, it will start to crack anyways, because you're going against the natural grain of the fibers of the paper, which is why I printed it the way that I printed it and why I made the dimensions the way that I made them, so that it fit the grain of the paper, so that you didn't have that issue with the grain cracking. Okay. And there's a very easy way to tell, again, which direction the grain runs. It's the least resistant. That is the run of the grain. If you have a lot of resistance, that means that you're going in the opposite direction of the way the grain runs. Now, there's also a right and wrong side to paper. Now, because I print paper for a living, I print papers, okay, is that there is a right and a wrong side to paper. One side absorbs the ink properly. The other side, it's not as nice of a finish. So in order to know what side is the correct side, you have to read your paper, but the bags that the containers that your paper comes in, it tells you which side is the right side of the paper and which side is the wrong side of the paper. So look at that before you're printing so that you know that you're printing to get the best possible quality print that you can, because there is a right and wrong side to paper as well. Okay, so enough off my horse. Okay, so we're going to take our chipboard. And so if you have a ruler, which you should, line it up with the bottom of your chipboard for the spine, okay? And put that on an even number, all right? What you're going to do is, hold on, let me flip it around. I'm going to put mine on the edge of this chipboard on my 8 inches. Okay, let me zoom in. Oops. Okay, so I have my chipboard lined up with 8 inches. And the reason why I want you to have the ruler here and lined up with the bottom of our chipboard so that your chipboard, will be square and level with the bottom of the other chipboard. So you're going to take your chipboard, you're going to slide it in, you're going to give yourself an, what is that, an 1/8 of an inch? Yes, an 1/8 of an inch gap. So here's my 8 inches, and here is my 1/8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 1/8 of an inch, right? No, that's a 1/4 of an inch. Sorry, 1/4 of an inch. But a 1/4 inch is too much. It's an 1/8. What is the second line? What's the second line? 1/4. For the love of baby Jesus. Y'all, I am not good with measurements.
Jolie
It's
Cafe after midnighter.
so it is the second line from the whole number. What is that? Is that an 1/8? The second line from a whole number? Thank you, Lulu. 1/8. Okay, so I'm right. For the love of baby Jesus, okay, I am not good with a ruler, y'all. I should tell you that. I'm not good with a ruler. But yes, the second line from the whole number is an 1/8. That is where we want to be. Okay, so we want an 1/8 of an inch, an 1/8 of an inch of a gap between the spine and the cover on both sides. So I'm going to zoom out. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my ruler in place. So I am sticking out on this side and I'm sticking out on this side, but the majority of the ruler is on this side. I'm going to remove this cover of chipboard. Okay. I'm going to flip it. Well, I'm actually going to glue this flap here. Okay. So I'm going to add glue to the outside edge. And as you can see, I left a gap between my spine and where my chipboard is going to wind up because I'm going to slide it in. Okay. And I'm going to slide it till I get that 1/8 of an inch. There we go. And then push it down. Now I'm going to go ahead and use my bone folder. Making sure I got good contact. Now, if you get glue in your valley, go ahead and wipe that off. I have a towel here. I'm going to wipe that glue out of my valley. Okay. All right. I'm going to flip it over. Same thing. Beautiful. All right. Okay, hold on 1 second. Y'all can...
I heard Costco has 5-pound boxes of animal crackers. Have a good night, all.
Love you, Ruthie. My TV stopped casting. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay, it's not working. That's okay. It's all right. Okay, I just got to keep an eye on it. That's all. In case I get another puzzle piece. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing on the opposite side. We're going to take our ruler. We're going to lay that down. We're going to go to the whole number. Okay. We're going to take our chipboard, and again, we need an 1/8 of an inch, which is the second line in from the whole number. And I'm going to go ahead and glue the outside edge. Okay. Then I'm going to take my chipboard, lay it down, slide it up to the 1/8 of an inch. Got it. Okay. All right, if you have any glue in your valley, wipe that out now. Okay. Beautiful. Love you, Ruth. Well, thank you, Lulu. Thank you for the daily. Hello, T-shirt. How are you doing, my love? Hello. Okay, so once we get our 2 pieces of chipboard for our cover and our back glued down, we're going to go ahead, fold it over. Make sure we got that crease. Girl, I know. Same here, woman. Same here. Same thing. Fold it over on top of itself. Girl, it's been a week here too. It's been, I'm not going to lie, it's been crazy. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you, Rose. Okay. So there is our 2 covers, our front and our back. All right, ladies and gents, and that's able to fold over really nicely. Making sure we're varnishing that well, so that way there we don't have paper ripping or tearing. All right. So what we need to do is flip this back over. So again, if you have your red paper at the top, if you want it to match, my suggestion is to make sure that you're lining it up. Okay. And what we're doing is, again, we are going to go in the middle. Okay. We're going to go in the middle between this point and this point, which is, for those of you who like to be exactors, it is, well, everybody's is going to be different because our angles were different. So we know that that is our spine. So you can find the center of your spine. 2.5 inches, right? Was that what, 2.5? I forget now. But anyway, so if you measure the width of your spine now, okay, find the center of your spine. Like I'm at 2 3/4 of an inch right now. So that would be, so 2 3/4 of an inch. So half of that would be 1 and wait, hold on. 1 1/8, right? Would it be 1 1/8? Is that half of 3 inches? Or 2 3/4 inches? Is it 1 1/8? Y'all math experts out there. What's half of 2 3/4? Is it 1 1/8? My husband, I usually ask him. 1.33, which is Jolie, which
1.375.
which is which line after a whole number. Y'all, I'm telling you, I am horrible with a ruler, but if you tell me how many goddamn lines. Oh, for the love. I need to get one of those. Listen, because I already have too much in my brain. I don't need to learn the ruler because I only do the ruler when I'm teaching y'all. I don't do a ruler at all, ever, for my own shit. I just guess. I just guess. I do what looks good. I don't measure shit. I'm just saying. 1/8 after the half. Okay, thank you. 1/8. Right there we are. Okay. There we go. 1/8. Thank you. I appreciate it.
1/1/2 plus 2 more tellies.
1/8. Okay. It's fucking close enough. I'm just going with it. Y'all. Listen, this is the Hot Mess Express. I don't ever measure anything when I'm doing my own stuff. I should learn. I should learn for you guys, but I don't. All right. So what we're going to do is our center spot. I have a dot here and a dot here. What's going on, Nunya? Thank you for the daily. Thank you for the popular. I really don't, y'all. I don't measure anything for myself. You suck at math too? Well, then we're both in the same boat, Jolie. We're both in the same boat. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, let's see. I am going to lay this down. I have a dot here and a dot here. Okay, I'm equal at the top and equal at the bottom. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and put glue down this side all the way around the, oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to put glue down the center over the outside. So I'm going to cover all this up and overlap my paper here in the middle. Go around the outside, Trailer Park Girls around the outside. And again, listen, it's going to overhang on the sides. And that's what we want because we want to be able to wrap the book.
Where's Lulu? When in doubt, count the lines. Your ruler is a 1/16th ruler, meaning you have 16 lines for an inch.
Oh, Lulu, you rock. You rock. Okay, now I'm going to make sure that my papers are lined up top and bottom. Okay. Thank you, Miss Lulu. Listen, I'm an artist. I'm not a measurer. I'm not a contractor. I'm not a measurer. Okay, flip it over. Woo woo! All right. So I have that piece glued down.
Before my house took a turn, now I count lines.
Rich, I need more glue. Give a second.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead, girl, with your bad self. Get it, get it. Yeah, I tell you, I suck with the ruler. I always have. Again, I make art. I don't do exacts, but a lot of people like the exacts. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that I don't worry about the exacts. That's the way I work, but not everybody works the same way, and that's okay. Down. Oh, I gotta stand up. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. How you doing, Miss Ruth? You okay? Do you have enough glue? Okay, Google, turn on Rooster. Ugh. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Y'all, I cannot wait to start moving so that my craft room, my studio is a hot mess right now. I have shit everywhere. I cannot wait to move so I can start fresh and have a clean slate so that I can put my shit away because I'm running out of room. Lord have mercy. Y'all, I don't know about you guys, but it's like I'm organized to a certain point and then it's just hot mess express. Let's get the ball hand. This fall, I get to craft my craft room one of to the college. So is the first piece down the spine basically just to join the pieces together? Yes. So Miss Lulu, it is glued. Yeah. Yes. So the wings, okay, the wings, it's so that we don't have a joint on the front or spine. It's so that we don't have a joint here in the fold. We want enough paper over each side so the wings help support that, and then we can overlap in the middle so that there is a ½ inch of paper or more on each side of the spine, so that way we don't have a joint running down the end. Do you see what I mean? So that there's enough overage so that we're not so that paper isn't being folded on a seam. This is just a quick, easy way to do it. You could do it any way that you want. This is just the way that I do it if I have to use multiple sheets of paper in order to cover a book.
Yes, thank you.
You are so very welcome. Yay, Rita gets his spare room. Girl, I moved from my 3rd floor onto my 2nd floor. And my room is about the same size on this floor as it was up on the 3rd floor. The problem is that I thrift and I also get Happy Meal. And so I do use everything that I get, but the problem is that like when thrift stores have the 50 or 75% off, I tend to get a little bit more than I really need, but I also send Happy Meal. But like I said, I do use it. I just don't use it as fast as I'm getting it. Does that make sense? So I'm running out of room. How you doing, Miss Rita?
Rite, I'm excited to get my cuffs eventually long.
Oh, yes, Rita. I forgot. Rita, do you have my cell phone number? Because I think I forget to send them with your package, probably. I forgot to send them. If you have my cell phone number, if you don't have my cell phone number, it is I think it's on my website. If it's not on my website, I'll give it to you. Listen, you're talking to somebody with ADHD.
Have the new one, Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, okay. Well, then do me a favor. Send me a message then on the website. Send me a message on the website telling me, don't forget my handcuffs with the Winnie the Pooh. And I'll include them in that Winnie the Pooh package. Because everything will go out on the 1st. That way there I don't forget. Say, this is Rita. I'm just reminding you.
Read a website
Yeah. Oh, the website. The same place that you... So if you go to... I'm caught up. Okay. So the same place where you got the Winnie the Pooh workshop. If you click on my face and go to my bio... there is a pay for your order thing. If click on that, it'll take you to the thing. It'll have a little chat bot thing pop up saying, if you have any questions, press here and just say, bitch, make sure you send me my handcuffs. Love, Rita. So I know. So I remember. Otherwise, I will probably forget. Jeez Louise. I am a hot mess, girl. I'm a hot mess. All right. And you don't have to do it now. You can do it when we get close to the end. All right. So, again, with our paper, we got the red on the top, the white in the bottom, or however you want to do it. Now we're going to go ahead. I'm going to fold in my tabs. And I'm going to go ahead and glue around the whole outside of this and in the middle. And then I'm going to slide my other piece. I'm going to butt it up against my other piece, lining up the images, the top and the bottom. So that way there, everything is the same. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put my glue down.
Richard done.
Thank you. I gotta plug my ADHD calendar back in. I unplugged it because I need to change the password. But it's unplugged right at the moment. But I don't want to forget to change my password, so I unplugged it so I wouldn't forget, but then I keep forgetting to plug the damn thing back in. For the love of baby Jesus. Okay. Once, let me clean this off. Once you have both sheets of paper glued down, you're going to do the same thing that we did before. We're going to fold this over on top of itself. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to varnish that edge. Okay, and then the same thing, fold this over on top of itself. And again, we're going to varnish that edge. You can use a ruler, you can use your finger, you can use the bone folder, the end of a marker, anything to lean up against that edge of the paper. Flat on your desk, lean it against, and just up and down and lean into that edge of chipboard. Okay. So then we have no ripping, no breaking on either side. It's rounded. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take our little flappy flaps. Once we get these two glued down, we're going to bend that up. Bend this down. And we're going to go ahead and glue this down. So the little triangles, just the triangles. And then the square. And then the other triangle. And we're going to glue this down. Then we're going to take our bone folder or our ruler, and we are going to go into the crease, and we're going to rub that down so that the paper goes in that crease on both sides. So it'll look like this. So you can see the divot here and here. You want to make sure, that's very important, that you go into that divot with that short piece of paper. Okay. And then we're going to do the same to the bottom. Do the square. Do the triangle. We're going to push that up. Put your bone folder in between those two pieces of chipboard. Two pieces of chipboard. And then fold over the triangles so that that is all in there, because we don't want anything tearing or ripping. Okay. Okay. So you can see we have that paper in the divot, Okay. We're creating that valley. Okay, so that there's no resistance. So that creases naturally into that divot. Okay. Got it? Down, down, down. All right, give me a thumbs up when you guys have gotten this far. Rain keeps falling, rain keeps falling down, down. Yay, Miss Rita. Let me try casting my phone to my TV again. Hold on. Okay. Yay! Do I have 2 sheets layered? Yes, there are 2 sheets layered. So, sorry, hold. Okay, yes, there are 2 sheets layered, but that is, so it's in the middle. So, we have 1 sheet we used and created fins and glued that down first, and then we had 2 additional pieces of paper. So there's actually 3 pieces of paper that we used. 1 to glue the spine to the front and back cover, and then another sheet for the front and back over top of the piece that we originally put down on the spine, so that it created wings underneath this piece. But all we did was then put the center down the middle so that there was enough paper here And then there was enough paper underneath that it created a wing so that we don't have joints on the creases, on the folds. We have it down the middle. Thank you for the rose. Thank you, Lulu. Hey, Michelle. How are you doing, love? Stasa Base, welcome back. Hello, Mystic Mermaid Art. Thank you, Michelle, for the daily.
So not even lower lines when you choose.
It's okay if it's not completely even, Rita. We're going to be
Michelle,
folding it
hello.
over. Hello, my love. It's okay if you're not completely even.
Hello, hi Sabrina. Happy Sunday.
YOLO! What's up? Happy Sunday. We're doing our workshop,
Harold, what's going on
Michelle.
today?
We're doing our June workshop. It is beach ocean themed. Okay. So what we're going to do is, let me zoom out here. Okay. So we have all this paper around the outside. Trailer Park Girls around the outside. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our bone folder or our ruler or a side of a pen or a marker. Okay. We're going to fold our papers in. Okay. We're going to take either our marker, side of our marker. We're going to varnish our papers up so that it's nice and tight against our chipboard. Okay. You can use your fingers. Okay. We're going to do that on all sides. Hey, Kristen. Hi, love bug. Okay, so all of our sides are folded. Okay, give me a thumbs up when you get all of your sides folded in. We're not gluing it yet. We're just folding. I need more coffee. We are magic. We are magic. Yay, Miss Rita. Miss Joanne's good too. Woo woo. All right. So we are going to take our bone folder. You know how we created these creases in and made sure that our paper was nice and snug in those divots. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to take our bone folder. We are going to make sure that we have those divots in our paper. Okay? So that way there we're not having any tears and we're not having any issues. Okay.
Rita always tire one.
Okay, so I created those divots. So that way there our paper will fit in there nicely. Okay.
Return to 1.
That's okay. Listen, we can fix it, Rita. We can fix it. That's why we have the wings. That's why we have the wings. And I'll show you. So, if you accidentally ripped one, it's not that big of a deal. What we're going to do is, I will show you. So, we created those divots, right? Okay, in the center of that divot, if that's where it ripped, cut it down into the middle. Okay? So cut it in the middle. Not a big deal. You can do that on all of them. It still works, girl. It still works. Cut it right down the middle of that divot to the chipboard. Okay? I'll do it with you. So that way there, it's not confusing. Like I ripped mine there because I varnished it too hard. Not a big deal. So I'm going to go right down the middle of that divot. Listen, I fuck up all the time, which is why we have other ways to fix it. Okay? All right. So now that we have all of our little tabby tabs cut, okay, and again, if you didn't F yours up, Joanne, that is perfectly fine. You can cut them with us or not. It doesn't matter. But because it all ends up being the same thing. But what I am going to do, since we cut them, is I am going to take my scissors. Okay, I'm going to take my scissors. We have this triangle here. Okay, I am going to cut at an angle. And if you want to use a ruler, use your ruler. Go to the edge of your chipboard. Go to the edge of your chipboard. Okay, let me zoom in. Go to the edge of your chipboard. Let me fold this part in so you can see better. I'm going to go to the edge of my chipboard and I'm going to go at a sharp angle. Okay. And I'm going to create, oops, wrong side, that side, right in the middle. Draw that line. And I am going to actually cut this part off. Okay, so that when I fold it up, it's going to be just over top of this angle here. Okay, let me cut it off. So when I fold this up, again, you're not going to see this because there's paper going to go over top of this. Okay, but that's it. That way there, when you fold this piece up, you're going to glue that down so you don't have to worry about anything being in the middle. Again, you're not even going to see this because this is going to get covered with paper as well. Okay, so you're not even going to see this little piece. Does that make sense? So it's only this little piece here. Sorry. It's only this little piece here on the inside. You don't see it on the outside or the top. So it all gets covered anyway. Okay. So it's all you're going to do is you're going to go around to each side. And I'm just going to cut at an angle. Here and here. Here and here. Here and here. Okay. All right. So now what I'm going to do is, oh, I'm sorry. Miss Joanne, how are you doing, love? Thank you for the follow. Good. Okay, so same thing for our corners. Okay, we can cut, see where we creased it? We can cut that X. Cut that X to just before, leave a little bit of paper before the chipboard on both sides. So we're going to cut a little line, and this is still attached. Okay? This is still attached. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to pull straight out. So then you leave that little bitty piece of paper from the corner to the chipboard. Okay? Again, that crease, I'm going to cut on that crease. Thank you for the follow, to just before the chipboard, and I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to cut this other line to just before the chipboard, and then just pull straight out. And then it leaves, see the fibers? It leaves that little piece. There won't be any exposed corners because we're putting paper on top of it, though. Ironic. Okay. Then this is beginners. It's all good. And again, I'm going to cut that on the line until just before. Go to the other side. Just before. And then again, pull straight out. So then you have that little piece of paper there. Okay. And then go to the other side. Do the same thing. Cut on that fold till just before the chipboard. And then the other side till just before the chipboard. And then pull straight out. Okay. All right. Let me zoom out here. Okay. Everybody on the same page? Okay. Ba-da-dum. Ba-bum-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-dum. How you doing, Miss Joanne? Perfect. Okay, so what we're going to do is now we're going to go ahead and glue our sides down. I like to start from the longest side first and then go to the shortest side last. So I'm going to go ahead and glue down my tabs on the outside, the longest sides first. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put glue on the tabs. And And then what I'm going to do is I take my bone folder or a ruler or a marker, and again, I varnish up the side and then roll it over. Getting that corner. Getting that little divot, making sure that everything lays down. Okay, then the little tab. Again, varnishing it up and then rolling it over on top. Again, making sure you're working that divot. Going to the next tab. Again. And then working that divot. Okay, going to the next tab. Getting that divot. Getting that edge for that corner. Wipe off any excess glue.
Rose Lulu, do you record these and put them on YouTube also?
Yes, Miss Lulu. And then I'm going to go to the other long side. Don't do the short sides just yet. We're going to do just the long sides first. Okay, and then again to the other long side. And again, rubbing my bone folder against and then rolling it over. Making sure I get that end, that corner, and getting the valley. Okay, again, doing the other tab. Getting that valley. Okay, getting the next tab. Getting that valley. Okay, and then getting this last tab. Okay, again, rolling it over. Getting that valley. Getting the end. Okay, so we have, there are no exposed edges. And then when we fold over our other end, there's no chipboard that's going to be exposed. Okay, so listen, everybody likes to do things differently. There's no exposed corner. You just use your bone folder and work the paper Make it work with you. Okay. All right. So now we can go ahead and do our other side. But again, listen, y'all, this is a beginner's class. People who may not have ever made a book before, trying to make things as simple as possible. So then what we're going to do is, now that I got the glue on, I'm going to take my bone folder or a ruler or a marker, and I'm going to go ahead and press against that outside edge and then come around the corner. Sorry, my arm's in the way. Come around that corner on both sides. Okay. Then I'm going to lay my bone folder down. And work that side. Okay, work that side. Work them edges, girl. Work them edges. See, there's no exposed cardboard. That's it. There's no exposed cardboard. Just glue. All right. Okay. Same thing on the other side. So we're going to take our bone folder again. We are going to rub that up against that edge of that chipboard. Come around the corner. We're going to round that corner. Other side, round that corner.
Joey Cafe after midnight. I thought this was advanced.
Girl, no, this is a beginner's class. This is a beginner's class.
Joey Cafe after midnight in Kidding.
Oh. The angles, those are intermediate. Those are intermediate. We're doing a beginner's class, baby. Lord have mercy. Okay. So again, you just work those corners. Okay. And you don't have any exposed chipboard. Yeah, we do sew, no sew, first time sewers. You see no exposed chipboard. You just work those edges. And there we have it. Okay. There we go. All right. How are you girls doing? You ladies good?
Reading my first class ever was Alice in Wonderland. I cried the whole way through it, Lol.
Girl, I remember. I remember. The paper is 8.5 by 11. Yes, it is.
The paper is 8.5 by 11?
Yes. I'm telling you, I remember that. I remember that, girl. But you did really well. I know, but you did really well. And see, that's where you can't be afraid to say something because, like I said, I always go at the pace of the slowest person. Because I don't want you to feel, girl, well, that's probably going to be, I'm sure she was. But in all honesty, we always go with the slowest, the pace of the slowest person in the room. I don't ever want somebody to feel like they're being left behind. I try to make things as easy as possible. And I tried to explain it. That's why if you say something, I can fix it. If you don't say anything, I can't fix it. I just move forward because I don't know. But if you say something and say, okay, Sabrina, you're going too fast, I can say, okay, no problem. That's why I always check in to give you guys to give me a thumbs up so I know that we're all on the same page and we're all moving at the same pace. Thank you, Angel, for the follow. But yes, we used the 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. We used 3 sheets in order to cover the front of the book. We used 1 sheet to do the spine and to make wings to connect the front and back covers. And then after that was done, then we used 2 sheets, one for the front, one for the back, joining them down the spine. Because when you're joining paper together, you want to make sure that it's not too close to an edge, because what's going to happen is the paper is going to eventually work itself off. With it having it down the center, there's plenty of overlap on both sides so that it stays put. So now we have our book put together, okay, our cover. What we're going to do is we're going to open it back up. Okay, we have Joanne and Rita. You guys are all good. And then we have our signatures. Okay, we did our signatures. This was a no-sew journal. Okay, we did whale tail tags, but we also did muslin strips. Okay, we're never going to see this part because this part gets glued into our book. Okay, that part gets glued into our book. So we're never going to see it. So it doesn't matter what it looks like, this part, because we're never going to see it. Who cares? It could be as messy as you want. Anyway, okay, so I have 4 signatures. So what I'm going to do is I need to cover my spine. So that way there, it is consistent with our front and back covers. So we have, where would I put my other papers? Here they are. Okay, so we have 3 more sheets of this paper. Okay. Now, what I am going to do, you can either, where is, hold on 1 second. Where is that ephemera? In the ephemera pack, there was, you can do a couple things. Hold on. Let me find the strips. Okay. We have these strips in the ephemera pack and these strips in the ephemera pack. Okay? Doesn't matter. You can do one of 2 things. You can use the paper that I've given you to put on the inside of your spine. Okay, you can match it up. We know that, like, my red is here and the white is up here. I can match this up, okay, with my design on the outsides, okay, which would be, hold on, let me turn it this way. Which would be here. Okay, it would line up with my designs that I already have going on. Or you can use these strips. Okay, or you could use these for belly bands. You can, whatever. It doesn't matter if you want to use these or if you want to use these. Just leave these wider, just like these are wide. And you can just cover just this section, overlapping, going over our crease. I am going to use the paper that I provided. I'm just giving you options that you do have other choices if you so choose. I'm going to save these for decorations in the inside of my book later, but I'm just saying you do have choices if you want to use something different. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line my designs up. Okay. So I know that this
Jolly
lines
Cafe,
up
after midnight,
here.
Can we still purchase the paper? How do you like to try and do the book?
Unfortunately, Jody, once we do a workshop, I don't sell the paper. The paper that I use for the workshops, I don't use for anything else. We do have a workshop coming up for July. It is the 100th anniversary of Winnie the Pooh coming up this year. We are doing a soft. Now, the next month's workshop is intermediate to a master class. It is a soft covered journal. If that is something you're interested in, I provide you all of your supplies. There's a very short list of things that you will need to have for yourself and links if you don't have it. But the link is in my bio. I am a legal business here on TikTok as well as here in Pennsylvania. I send you all of your supplies except for the short supplies that are in there.
Where do you post the things for upcoming months?
So I normally make a video here on TikTok. When I do it, and I always pin it to my profile and I post it to my story. But this month's theme was beach. Next month is Winnie the Pooh. But all the classes are different prices. Oh, well, welcome. So every workshop is always a different price because it's based off of the items that I'm sending you. So the more intermediate master classes I do, sometimes the cost is a little bit higher, only because I am sending you vintage and authentic vintage material. Oh, well, hello, Miss Lulu. I live in York, Pennsylvania. Actually, we're going to be moving to Hampton, Virginia here in July. Anyway, so then I'll have to get everything hooked up with Virginia. But anyway, so there is sales tax and the shipping is included with the price of the workshop. It breaks it all down so it shows you what it costs. So it may be like $80 for the workshop, $7 for shipping. Unless if you're international, then the shipping cost is going to be a lot more. And I can't guarantee that you'll get the items before the workshop. I always mail out UPS. And sometimes international shipping, it can be a little crazy. So, but anyway, so what I'm going to do is I lined my papers up. Okay, my red was at the top. My white is at the bottom. And I'm actually going to fold this in half. Long ways. Okay, so I am going to take this, fold it the other way, and I am going to go ahead and cut this in half. All right. Okay, I'm going to line my images back up. I lined my images back up. I'm going to take my pen or I'm using a marker so that you guys can see. And I am going to mark the bottom of my book and the top of my book so I know exactly where I need to cut. so that I am even across. Okay. So I made my line here. That is where the bottom of the book is. Okay. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in a little bit more, like 1/8 of an inch more than my lines are, so that I'm not overhanging the edge of my book. Okay. Turn around the other way. I have my line where my edge of my book is. I'm going to come in about 1/8 of an inch and cut that shorter, so I am not sticking above or below my book. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take my paper, and you can see I have more than 1/2 inch on this side. Yes, we're just doing the spine, Miss Rita. That is it. Just the spine. So we have about a 1/2 inch overhang on both sides. That is perfect. If we had less than 1/2 inch, again, that's where you run into issues of it being too close to the fold, and then the paper is either going to pull away from the chipboard, or it's going to end up cracking, and we don't want to do either of those things. So I'm going to leave a gap here. I'm going to take my bone folder. We already have divots. Very lightly take the edge of your bone folder, run it in those divots to create a crease. Don't use the point. Use the rounded end of your bone folder, or the edge of your marker. Create those divots. Slide your paper down. Leave it rest in that divot. And again, rub the divot. So we're going to varnish that paper, so that way there, when it folds, it's not going to rip and tear. Okay, so use the rounded end, not the pointed end. Create those divots. Okay. Flip it around. Do the other side. There it is. Okay, so now I have the creases on both sides. Again, we varnish the paper, and the reason why we're breaking down those fibers is because, again, like I said, with the front cover, is we want to make sure that we're not getting tears or the fibers breaking apart and causing issues. All right? So just make sure that you are nice. Go slow. You don't have to go fast. It's not a contest. Just to make sure that you got that varnished really nicely on both sides. Promises, promises. Okay. Making sure that we're lined up. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, now once we have those varnished, okay, we're gonna fold over those flaps. We are gonna go ahead and we are gonna glue around the inside of this first, and then we're gonna put that down first. Okay. Come on. Promises, promises. Making sure we're in the middle. We have the same amount of space at the bottom as we do at the top. And then again, even though it's varnished, we're going to roll that bone folder towards that valley. And we're going to run that bone folder in the valley again. No worries, Miss Rita. We'll wait for you. Okay, so there we are. There we are. Okay. Again, just making sure you're varnishing that paper so that it fits down in that valley nice and neat. Again, using the rounded edge. You don't have to go super hard. You're just gliding it back and forth. How are you doing, Miss Joanne? Am I going too fast or are you okay? Yay! Is this an okay pace for you, Joanne, or are we going a little fast? You got to tell me. Miss Rita will be right here in just a second. Hi, Bambi. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Hexed. How are you? Happy Sunday. Hi, Sugar Plum. Welcome in, everybody. Y'all are welcome to watch. You guys are welcome to ask questions. We are, hey, Miss Jules. We are doing our monthly workshop for beginners. Hi, Lost Soul. Welcome in. Welcome in. Are you back, Miss Rita?
When is your next beginner's class?
Dave, it'll probably, I don't. Yes, or you could to use the same materials that I'm using, yes. But Tracy, you're welcome to get stuff from your own stash and follow along. Like I gave the measurements of our chipboard and stuff before we started. So that way there, if people wanted to follow along, they could. Okay, perfect. But Dave, I don't know what our next theme will be. I haven't thought about August yet. August will probably be another beginners workshop. And I haven't come up with ideas for that beginners class yet. I know next month is an intermediate master class. So yeah, you're welcome, Dave. If you have any ideas, I am open to suggestions. That's how I ended up with this month's workshop, was the beach theme, is because somebody suggested it. So they wanted to try something different. We've already done this year. We've done paperweight.
I keep getting filtered.
Oh God, Jules. Okay, so this is 60 pound. This is 60 pounds that we're using right now.
Acorn Boutique Wine going to put my plug in for a forest, nature, herbalism theme.
Girl, there you go. Let me write it down. Okay, so nature. I love that. Nature or like cottage core. We did some fantastic cottage core ones. Yes, we do Christmas and Halloween. That's all year.
Joel, thank you.
You're welcome, Miss Jules. Yeah, we did some amazing cottage cores this past year. We did real life photos. They were not AI generated. They are real life photos we did. Oh my God. We did
After Midnight Dark, Alice just saved.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, Fire, Water. Oh my God. They came out. Mwah, chef's kiss. We also did 3 books of 50 Shades of Grey. We also did, what else did we use that we did realistic pictures? There was another one we did. I can't think what it was, but oh my God, they turned out beautiful.
Dave always loved to do a sugar sculpture.
Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah. Hey Heather. Let me put that one down. When is that time of year for the sugar skulls? I don't remember. Dave, do you know? It's a Spanish holiday. It's the Day of the Dead.
Day end of October.
Oh, October. Okay. All right. I will put that on the calendar, Dave. Thank you, Miss Heather. Okay, so we're going to get back to this. Yep, we'll have to do that in September so you have it for October. November 2nd this year.
Tracy, Day of the Dead. Day after Halloween.
Heck yeah, we'll do it the month before so that way there you have it for the month that you need it. Okay.
Dave, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Heather, for the populars. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to glue down this other tab. Now, do not put any glue in your valleys, okay? Try to keep the glue out of your valleys. We're just going to glue the paper, okay? And the reason why I say that is because all glue except for 3-in-1 is a very wet glue. You want to keep it out of the valleys because it will rip your paper because your paper gets wet. So unless you're using 3-in-1, keep the glue out of your valleys. So you're going to do your valleys first and then you're going to roll it over. Valley, roll. Valley and roll. That way there, because with the valleys, with the wet glue, we don't want our paper to tear and we don't want our fibers to break down with them being wet. 3-in-1 glue is the only glue that is not a water-based glue. Yes, it'll clean up with water, but it's not a wet glue. It's so a 3-in-1, you can get glue in your valleys because it's not a wet glue. It lays on top, okay, where the wet glue gets into the fibers of the paper. So we're just going to go ahead and glide back and forth in our valley. Run the top. Okay. Now, same thing on the other side. Stay out of your valley again, unless it's 3-in-1 or Fabri-Tac, because those are not wet water-based glues. Okay. Valley first, and then lay your tool down. Valley, lay down. Valley, lay down. valley, and then roll it out. It's very important to keep the wet glues out of the valleys. And I know there's a joke there somewhere, but it's true. Because it will break down the fibers of your paper. Dry valleys. And then there you go. Okay. There's Miss Sailor. Hey, Sailor, I have a question. Now that we all have dry valleys. Sailor, happy Sunday! Okay, can you put the lady's name in that you got this from? No, yes, Dry Valleys. Everybody's been asking about the tool that you got me for Christmas, where you got it from. And I know she's here on TikTok, correct?
Sailor Scraps Charm Chums.
There you go. Charm Chums. There you go. So for everybody who was asking where I got my knife, Sailor gave it to me for Christmas. And Charm Chums is who she got it from. Charm Chums. Isn't it beautiful?
Sailor Scrap Sailor 10.
Oh, you did, Rita? I didn't know if that was the right place or not. I didn't know if that was the right place or not. I couldn't remember it. I didn't want to agree with you and then be wrong. I'm already wrong enough. I'm already wrong enough. I don't need to be wrong anymore than I already
All
am.
mines are from him.
Ah, got you. Well, there you go.
Sailor Scrap Screws.
Girl, I'm already wrong enough. I don't need to be wrong any more than I already am most of the time. Okay. All right. So now we are going to put in our signatures. There's our cover. Here's the inside. Hold on one second. My TV stopped streaming. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Lord baby Jesus. Okay. Now we're back. All right. Sorry. For some reason, my TV and my phone keep disconnecting from one another. Okay. So let's do our signatures. Where'd I put them on? Okay. Here we are. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Okay. We have to make sure that whatever you're going to use as the top of your journal and the bottom of your journal, that it is facing the correct way. So look at your cover first. Okay. Make sure that this is how you want it to be for the cover. All right. We have our signatures. I have mine facing the correct way, so I'm going to open mine up. We have 3 tabs for our front, 3 tabs for our back. Again, making sure our pages are also facing the correct way. They are facing the correct way. Okay? Because if not, you're going to glue your book in upside down. All right, so all of our signatures are facing the same way because we already glued them down. So we're going to take our tabs, Our spine is already covered. We're going to take our first signature. I'm going to turn it this way so it's easier to see. We are going to line our pages up with the top. We're going to stand them up. Lay them down into the spine. Make sure that we're in the middle, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that our top and bottom of our pages line up with our book cover, okay? Hold on. Hold, please. Let me turn. I'm going to take my tabs. I'm going to pull just slightly. So that I'm even top and bottom. Okay. I have my tabs. Making sure that this is my here's my valley. Hold on. Sorry. Here's my valley. Okay. I'm looking to see where my signature middle is. I have 4 signatures. Okay. That's my center. All right. There's my center. I'm going to take the center and I'm going to place it in the center. Here's my 2 valleys. And I'm going to make sure that it's in the middle. Okay. I have my tabs. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, this is the back of the book. I'm going to add glue. God dang it. I'm going to add glue to my tabs. This is the back. Okay. Oops. Don't run, don't run. I'm going to stand this back up. Making sure that I'm in the middle. In the middle. Top to bottom. And I'm going to press my tabs down. Press my tab down. Tap my tab down. Okay. So I'm standing the pages vertical. I'm just pressing my tabs down. Okay. So that I have the same amount of space between my valley and my pages. My valley, my pages, my valley, my pages. That it is the same space from top to bottom, but I'm level at the top with my pages and level at the bottom with my pages. Okay. It's all you need to worry about. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to open it back up so that my pages are standing. And then I have my 3 tabs in the front. Okay, again, we already know that we're in the center because of where the center signature is. Making sure that the top and bottom match. We have our tabs. Now we can glue our tabs underneath. Okay. Are you guys on the same page? Am I making sense? Perfect. So we're just gonna wait. How are you doing, Miss Rita? We're not gonna put our pages down until this completely dries because we don't need our pages sticking to anything.
Rita good.
Okay, good. Let me know if I'm getting too far ahead. Okay. So there is my center. Okay. There's my front. And again, we use the whale tails or these. Seeing was much easier. Okay, Miss Rita, how many signatures do you have? Do you have 4 or do you have 3? You have 4. Okay, so if you take your center, you have 2 and 2. Okay, and there's your center. So there is space. Lift that up so that when you're lifting it up, that you have the same amount before you glue down, if you haven't already, that you have the same amount of space here and the same amount of space here, so that way there when you're adding your ephemera, because you're not attaching those middle pieces, you're only attaching those ends, so that you have plenty of room for your book to grow. And then just very gently lay them down and glue them, making sure that they're spread, your papers are spread out. Does that make sense? So that way there you have room to grow with your signatures. That's why we did the tabs. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not sounding crazy. Because this part here will get covered with paper. This here will get covered with paper. So all you're going to see is just these little tiny pieces that are on the actual spine itself. So there will be paper on top of this. So we just want to make sure that everything is dry before we move on to the next step. Woman, welcome in, welcome in. Because we don't like gator mouths. I know some people like gator mouth books, but I don't. I think it looks bleh. To me, I like it. I like everything laying flat. And this, you could open this book now anywhere in the book and everything lays completely flat. Everything lays completely flat. There's not anywhere in this book that you can't write that it doesn't lay completely flat. That's why I love these beginner books, because no matter, using the whale tail, because everything lays completely flat. You don't need a clip. You don't need anything else. It's just they all lay completely flat. So it's very easy to write on if you're going to use it as a journal. Even with adding ephemera onto these types of papers, it still allows for that movement, but still lay completely flat.
Retina say seeing was much easier.
But I love it.
Rita, yes.
I don't know why my thing is so far behind. All right. Everybody good? Everybody perfect? Rock and roll is believing.
Join Pink Classic good.
Yay. All right. Okay, so now we are going to put paper. Just blowing. Girl. We can give it a second to let it finish drying. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Okay, so what we're going to do is we need to measure from the inside of what size paper we need to cover this. Okay. We do not want to go into the valley. We want to come before the valley. So our paper should be, let's see, 5 inches by let me double check. Let me double check myself, girl. Let me double check myself. Yes, 5 inches by 7 3/4. Right? Nope. 7.5 inches. 7.5 inches. So 7.5 inches tall, 5 inches wide. Okay. So we're going to take our sheet of paper. And if you wanted to match what papers you already have laying down, you are going to mark this way. The top and the bottom, just like we did with the spine. Okay. This is the bottom of my book here, and this is the top of my book here. Okay. I can cut that across.
You would have to jump off. Got a dinner day with hubby for Father's Day.
Woo woo! You go, girl. Have a good time. I hope dinner is really delicious and yummy. Okay, so I cut off the top and the bottom, so I'm the same height. Okay, because that's where my design is going to line up. So what I need to do now is my paper, like I said, it is going to be 7.5 inches tall. So I'm going to mark here 7.5 inches. Seven and a half inches. 7.5 inches. Whoop, hold on. Don't cut anything yet. I effed up. I got a little overzealous. So I need to come up. I know it's supposed to be 7.5 inches tall, but I forgot. I'm matching up my designs. So if I pull it back a little bit so that I know that my designs are lined up, but I have, it's in the middle here, and it's in the middle here to cover everything up, okay, I can go ahead and cut that. So I'd be cutting here, and here, so my designs still line up. Okay, taking my paper again, lining my designs up, and there we are. Okay, so there's my paper here. And now I need to make sure that I'm covering these up. So again, lining up my designs, I'm going to line that up so that I'm just before the valley. Just before the valley, so that my paper is going to lay right up against that. And I see where I'm overhanging here. But I know that I want to go halfway. So mark a line here, halfway, mark a line here so that I'm making sure that I'm covering any open space up. So I want to come out far enough. And cutting that across. This is the paper that I am going to now glue on top of here. Everything should line up, or do I have it upside down? I have it upside down, I think. No, I don't. I was right. Let me try it this way. Okay, so that I'm right before the valley. So here's my valley. Okay, my paper is before the valley. And lined up. Okay. So now I'm covering that whole piece of chipboard. All right. But my designs are still lining up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this back. I am going to glue the edge first. And then zigzag here. Okay. Let that roll down. And I'm going to let this fall first. And make sure this is very well attached first. And again, give it enough time to allow it to dry. Wipe off any excess glue. And again, where's my bone folder? I just had it in my hand. Oh, there it is. Oops. Valleys. Then I can roll this paper up and then go ahead and add glue to the outside edge first. And then finish it. Okay. So there's the inside of our front cover. How are you doing, Joanne? How you doing, Miss Rita? Okay, good. Did any of that make sense, or did I lose you? You can be honest. Like I said, I was trying to line up my designs, so it didn't really doing 8.5 or 7 inches by 5 inches. It didn't matter because I still needed it that size, but I needed to match my images. So it looked more cohesive. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the other side. And we're going to take our other piece of paper. And again, I'm going to line up my images. And I know I need to mark the top and bottom of my book. And I'm going to trim that off first. Okay. Okay, so now I can go and line up my images. And I'm going to start this way first, so I know that I am halfway in the middle on this side, and I am half on this side. Okay, so I'm going to cut those first, just like we did with the other side. Okay, lining up my images. And then I am going to lay this, like, put my bone folder in that valley. Okay. Put my paper up against that valley so that it's not in the valley, but against my bone folder. And then I have equal space up top and bottom that my images are lining up. Okay, a little bit higher. There we go. All right. And then I can mark the middle here, going the opposite direction. And I can cut that off. I just lost my lines. Oh, there it is. Duh. Okay. Line that up. All right, so what I'm going to do first is, again, I'm going to do the inside first. I'm going to roll this over. I'm going to do the edge. And the inside. Okay, and I'm going to lay that down. getting rid of all any excess glue. Okay, then roll this side up. And then we're going to go ahead and glue the outside edge. Samantha B! I don't know what is going on with my thing. Hold on. What's going on, Samantha B? Hi, sweetness. Thank you for the daily. Thank you for the popular. I just happened to look up and I'm like, wait a minute. Why didn't it tell me that you were here? For some reason, it stopped working. I just reset it. Samantha B, how are you? Happy Daddy Day. Just got to Florida. Yeah, girl. Heck yeah. I hope the weather is beautiful. I hope the weather is beautiful.
Samantha been glad to be out of the car after 14 hours long.
Oh, hell yeah, girl. I can't imagine. I can't even imagine. All right. So we have our front and back cover in. So now we can decorate. So, sweet baby Jesus, I have all this glue on my fingers. Ooh, rainy night. Hey, Miss Amber. To the sky. Okay. So now we can decorate any way that we want to. Hey, Miss Angel, thank you for the daily. All right, so like I said, I sent you guys some vintage wedding lace. Okay. We have
Samantha B. will that be a video of this on YouTube. I completely forgot.
That's okay, Samantha B. I'll send it to you.
And how's the cat?
Good. We got our cover done. We got our signatures in. Now we are working on doing the cover. Okay, so we have our vintage post stamp. We have the library Rolodex card. We have some vintage lace, vintage wedding dress lace, and some applique. We have cheesecloth. We have doily lace. We have, again, we have a safety pin. We have some E6000 glue. We have vintage buttons. Everybody got buttons. Okay. We got the safety pin. We got our bundle of fancy fabrics. And then we have all this ephemera. So I am going to decorate my cover with you guys. You can decorate it however you so choose. You do not have to do exactly what I do. You can do it the way that you want to, the way that you want it to look. There is no right or wrong way, okay? So I'm going to set this stuff down off to the side here. Okay. And so what I want to do with my cover, I want to find a photo. Okay. There's plenty of ephemera for you guys to go through. So I'm going to find a photo that I want to use. Let's.
Did I miss you putting the 2 signatures inside?
We glued them in, remember? And then we put in the cover paper. Where the hell have you been, Miss Rita? I thought you were following along. You even gave me a thumbs up. Did you miss it?
Rotate to middle.
The 2 middle. I have 4 signatures. Oh, you mean this part to cover up. It was, so I brought the paper to right before the valley, and I made sure that I had enough room on the bottom, the edge, and the top, so that it was all the same except for here. I just went right before the valley. And then we just glued this down. Joanne, did you get these glued in? Is this the part you're talking about, Miss Rita? I just want to make sure. The middle section of the inside cover.
John Pink glasses and ready for the cover.
I only have 2 signatures.
Oh, you only have 2 signatures. Oh, I thought you used all 4 signatures when you did this.
Rita, I missed you putting the other 2 of the 4.
Oh. Okay, did you glue these in already? If you didn't glue these in yet, we can fix that.
Rita's.
Okay, Miss Rita, what I will do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to decorate the cover. Leave the 2 signatures out. You and I can do a one-on-one, and I can show you how to fix it. Okay? So it's not that big of a deal. It's a very easy fix, and you would have enough paper to cover up the mistake. Okay? You will have enough to cover up the mistake, so it's not a big deal. Just don't use any more of your cotton or the cotton muslin strips. Save those so that we can fix that, okay? No, Rita, you're absolutely fine. But to this point, you are right where we are, correct? Except you don't have 2 of your signatures in. That can be very easily fixed. Okay, perfect. So what we'll do is you and I will have a one-on-one, and we'll do a one-on-one like this. You can get, if you're comfortable, you can get in a box with me, and we can do it together, and I can show you how to fix it. So that way there, and like I said, you should have enough paper to be able to fix it without you even knowing. Nobody will ever know. I promise. I fuck up all the time. And there are very easy and quick ways to be able to fix things without ruining it. Okay, that's why we do the tabs. So it's a very easy fix. I promise you it's a very easy fix. Okay. That's okay. I laid mine on top of each other. When I was doing it, I laid my signatures on top of each other. So that's maybe why you didn't see it. That's okay. Shit happens. Shit happens. It's not a big deal. It's a very easy fix, love. I promise you. It's a very easy fix. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and decorate the cover, and then Miss Rita, you and I will do a one-on-one then. And we can do it when it's convenient for you. Okay, so I'm going to find a photo for my cover. So let's see. We have plenty of photos to choose from. All right, so I included it in the kit. I included some vintage photos. They are not AI generated. They are actual photos that were scanned.
I know I'm late to the party, but any info on the house?
Not yet. We did do a they did a counter offer, and we countered back, and we haven't heard anything yet. So cross your fingers, girlfriend. Okay, so there's several sheets, and like I said, these are all vintage photographs. They're just scanned and printed. So I'm gonna look for a photo that I want to put on the cover. Let's see. I gave you guys lots to choose from, or to apply them any way that you want. Let's see, I know there's more. Okay, I think I'm going to use some of those. And then there were some sayings. Okay, these I'm going to sit to the side. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to use one of these photos. And let's see. I think I want to use the seagull. And I'm going to cut out my seagull. And again, you guys can use whatever photo you want. You do not have to do the same exact thing as me. You can choose whatever you want. So I'm going to lay that there because I want to see what that looks like. And then we have the beach chairs. Okay. Nope, I like that there. An angle. And that there. And let's see. I like that. I'm just doing a rough cut. lay that there. And then let's see for my words. Let's see. I'm gonna use the Beachcomber. So I'm gonna rough cut this. Okay. Let me set this off to the side. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and cut these out. And again, if you have a zhuzher, you can go inks to be able to zhuzh. You can zhuzh. If you don't, it's not a big deal. I'm not going to zhuzh mine. Okay. Where's my smaller scissors? Around my corners. Why would I lie? Okay. Make sure it's facing the right way. This way. Okay. Okay, so I got my photos picked out. I got them cut out. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to layer so it has some dimension. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I know that I want my seagull. I want my seagull here at the top. I'm going to put my Beachcomber chairs down. And then I have my map, which I want to put here. And then I have my Beachcomber. So we are layering, but I want to put something. I have cheesecloth. So it's a pretty big piece of cheesecloth and it opens up a lot. So you guys don't have to use the entire thing just on the cover because it is folded over several times. So I want to open mine up so that I'm a single layer. Like I said, it's a very big piece of cheesecloth. So I want to cut a square of cheesecloth off. I don't care if it's straight. I don't care if it's crooked. I don't care if it's jagged. Doesn't matter because I'm layering. Okay. So this is about how I would like my, sorry, I dropped it too far. This is about where I want my stuff to lay, but I want it to be layered. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take these off and I'm going to start with my seagull. Okay. So my seagull, I'm going to take the index card that I got, that I sent one to everybody, and I'm going to layer this, but I don't need to use the whole thing. So I am going to tear this down the middle. Okay. And I'm going to use the side that actually has the hole. And I'm going to layer this here like that. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Let me tilt you guys so you can see what the hell I'm doing. Okay. Oops, too much of an angle. All right. So I want to layer these. And again, if you want to zhuzh, you can zhuzh. I don't want to zhuzh. Okay. But I do want this piece here. So what I'm going to do is, I do want a piece of cheesecloth down underneath. So I am going to I'm going to take this and I'm going to glue a small line here first for just the cheesecloth. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing this on my book cover. So I can lay my cheesecloth down first. Okay. Because again, I don't need the whole thing. I just need a piece of it. Okay. And then I want to take, because I want it this way. Okay. My bird, my seagull, I'm going to take this part and I'm going to glue this down so I can glue this over top of my cheesecloth. And yes, it is at a slight angle because again, I'm layering. And then I'm going to take my scissors and I am going to randomly cut my cheesecloth so I don't have just a flat edge. And I'm going to pull my strings a little bit. Free them a little bit. Okay. So then I'm going to take my cover. I want to make sure I'm okay with my cheesecloth hanging over. I just want to make sure that this is not hanging over the top of the book because it gets caught, it's gonna rip. Same thing with the edge. I want to bring that photo right before the edge so that neither of these edges are sticking out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue the back of this since I know that is right where I want to put it. Okay. Flipping that over. And again, making sure that I'm not over the edge, not over the edge. Okay. And I want to take a little bit of this blue. Now, I put a rubber band around everything just once. Okay. So nothing of it should be knotted. The pink and the blue should separate pretty easily. So this is some decorative ribbon, and it was just folded over. Okay. So I can take a couple pieces. I think there's 4 different ribbons. Let me see. 4. Yep, 4 different ribbons. So there's 5. Sorry, there's 5. There's 5 different ribbons. Okay. So I have all 5. And what I can do is snip a piece of that off, because I think I put like, I don't know, 1.5 yards, I think. Okay, I have that little hole there. And what I could do is, where is my tweezers? What the hell did I do with my tweezers? For the love of baby Jesus, I can't find my tweezers. That's okay. Because I didn't glue this outside loop. Let me stick it in here with my scissors. I don't know what I do with my tweezers. There we go. Did I get all? Yes! Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. All 5 of those. And now I can pull a loop. Come on. Up through the middle. Get that last 2. Come on. There we go. Sweet baby Jesus. Okay. So now I can take, and I probably should zhuzh this one since it's going over top. And this is frayed burlap. And if you do, like I said, if you don't have a zhuzher, it's not that big of a deal. I just need to separate the 2. I do it a little on the heavy side, so I get that separation. Okay. And that is the correct way up. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to take a piece of this lace. I actually want to use this flat part, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this. And I'm going to glue that to this side. And I can actually let this stick over the edge because it is soft. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and glue here. Oops, didn't mean for it to stick to my fingers. Okay. And then I want to add this here. Okay. So I have, let's see. I have another piece of lace, and I just want to use a small piece here. So I'm going to cut this. And again, I want to layer. So I can add that piece of lace here. So you can see I came over on top of my bird picture a little bit. Okay. And then I want to add my chair, but I am gonna zhuzh up the edge, but I'm gonna do it lighter than I did the picture above. Okay, I want to add, let's see. Sorry, my fingers, I'm all full of glue. I want to add, let's see. If you guys have fabrics or anything from your stash and you want to throw something in there, by all means, have at it. That's what this is about. You can add things from your stash. Use the things that I sent you. That's fine too. I am going to, let's see. I know that I want to put the beachcomber. Let me see here. Beachcomber here. So let's put this one down first. Then I can put the pink over top. Okay. Okay, I'm going to add this here. Just a dollop of glue. Because I'm going to put a button up here. Okay, so everybody got different buttons because I didn't have a lot of the same buttons. So we have buttons, buttons, buttons. So, and I sent everybody a tube of E6000. So I'm going to go ahead and open my E6000. I'm going to glue a button down. Okay, let's use that one. And listen, y'all, this shit goes a long way. You don't need a whole lot. And I'm going to glue that right there. And yes, it smells, so I apologize. But it works, girl, it works. So I'm going to hold that there. Just to give it a minute. I can use, hold on one second, a little clippy clip. Oh, by jeebus. Okay, a little clip. Oh, there they are. I'm like, where are my clips? Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Is this long enough? No. Oh, wait, I have a big bulldog clip. Hold on. That can hold that while I'm working. There we go. Big bulldog clip. Hey, Miss Terry! All right, so I want to add a little bit more to this. Let's see, what else do I have here? Okay.
Rondador 1973, how the way to the United States.
Okay, so there is a link in my bio for the link tree, and in the link tree it has July workshop. The price includes the shipping, and then if you read the description very carefully, it tells you the date and time that the workshop is being held and the list of items that you need to provide yourself. Everything else I will send you. It's just your basic supplies that you need to have. And it is Winnie the Pooh. Absolutely. Absolutely. Next month is an intermediate to master class. So if you don't have a sewing machine, it's not a big deal. If you do, then great. If you don't, it's not a big deal. It's not gonna hurt anything if you don't have one. Okay, so that should be good. All right, so I want to decorate my spine. Okay, so I am going to do, where did I put my papers? All right, so I want to do, I think I'm going to do the little shacks. Let me cut this out. And let me zhuzh this just a little bit. Okay, and again, if you don't have an inker, it's not a big deal. Hell, you could use the side of a marker. That's what I started with. The side of a permanent marker. I kid you not. Lord have mercy, and it's not hard. This is all I did. When I first started, I just took a piece of paper and I just went on the edge with the side of a permanent marker. And that's what I used for my zhuzhing. Okay? Because I didn't have the money to go buy all that fancy stuff when I first started. See, that's all I did. Very gently. See, there's nothing there. I just put my permanent marker at an angle and leaned on the side. That's it. That's all I did. I remember when I first started, everybody made fun of me because I didn't have an inker. But I stuck it out. I didn't care. That's what we do, girl. That's what we do. Okay, so I know that, let's see. I'm going to use another piece of gauze, or cheesecloth. Sorry, it's not gauze. It is cheesecloth. And I'm going to stick a piece down the center. So I'm going to trim this. Okay, oops. All right. And I'm going to take some glue and I'm just going to go right down the center. Okay. And I'm going to pull the cheesecloth in all directions. And then I'm just going to lay it down. Okay. Let's see. What do I have? Do I have anything laying around that I can throw on there? What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? Oh, I can use my vintage stamp. I really want to save that for the inside though, for decorating. Let's see. Let's look at my ephemera. Okay, I have a glass bottle. I'm going to go ahead and cut that out. Oh, no, actually, you know what? I think actually I'm going to cut out the leaves. I'm going to cut out the leaves. I think I'm going to put those in there instead. Seaweed. All right, I'm going to fussy cut my seaweed. Okay. And I'm just going to ever so lightly zhuzh up the outside. Excuse me. Ooh, good song. Excuse me. On my shining star.
Pam, bam, bam. Hello.
Hey, beautiful. How are you? Happy Sunday. How the hell is ya? Okay, I want... Excuse me. I'm so sorry, y'all. I am coughing. I do not mean to. Okay, I know I have some scraps here, but I think I put a lot of them away. Oh wait, I have some back here.
Ty had a cough for weeks, I feel you.
Girl, it just started happening. For the love of baby Jesus. Oh, wait, hold on. I do have a scrap piece of lace sitting here. Hold on. It just started happening. My sinuses, I think, are starting to drain again. Okay, I grabbed this out of my little bag of stash. My, like, scraps. to you only. My shining star. Right here where you are. Okay, I think I want to use a piece of that. Okay, so I want to add that onto the spine, but I think I'm going to use my art glitter glue and well, no, I better use the E6000 because I know myself I'm going to end up knocking it off. So I'm going to do the back of the button. And again, a little bit goes a long way, y'all. Okay, I'm going to add a little piece of this at the top, so I'm going to need a corner.
Bam Bam Bam, that's turning out nice.
Thank you, love. Thank you. Okay, I remember there was, let's see, let me look through my ephemera. I think there was a seagull. Yes. Okay, I'm going to cut out that seagull here in the bottom. And I'm actually going to fussy cut him. I'm going to fussy cut the seagull and put him on top there. Let me shush that a little bit.
And Bam Bomb, you like that.
Thank you. Because we have a seagull on the front, so let's add a seagull here. Okay. Beautiful. All right. Okay, so this is a good place for me to stop and let you guys work on your books on your own. Miss Rita, you and I will schedule a one-on-one so we can fix your signatures. And like I said, it's a very easy fix. Just make sure that you save some of this paper, okay? And we will fix that. We'll work on that together. And like I said, you guys are welcome to decorate it however
If it's okay, you may glue them in and go with it.
That works too, Biatch. That works too. I don't mind helping you out and doing a one-on-one. Thank you, Miss Cammie. But this, like I said, this is a good place for me to be able to stop. And then let you guys. I love you, Rita. This is a good place for me to stop and let you guys do your own thing. Oh, yes, probably. No, I waited. No, you said be right back. Oh, maybe it was you went to go wash your hands from all the glue. That may have been what it was.
Samantha, I love watching you decorate.
Aw, thank you. And then here is my front. Let me take this off. There we go. There's my front cover. My little beach comber. And like I said, I will probably end up adding some more buttons to my cover.
It's easy fix. It will be unique.
You know what, girl? Everything is unique. Everything. But I am probably gonna add a couple more things to my cover. I know I want to add another piece of lace here. And then there is my spine.
Thanks, that was fun.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if you want to decorate the back, you can. Sometimes I decorate the back, sometimes I don't. But this I will decorate. I'll probably do seashells on the back. The photos of the seashells, I will put those on the back with some cheesecloth. The same thing I did here, not adding a lot of bulk, but layering it enough so that you can see little peaks of laces, the cheesecloth, some of the fibers. And like I said, I want to add a little piece of decorative lace here in this corner. And then I will probably add another button here. But this is what I did for the spine. Like I said, just did a fussy cuts and some cheesecloth, a little piece of scrap lace there. And I'll do the same thing on the back. I'll just make sure that it's not bulky and not too heavy. So that way there, when you're laying it down and you're trying to write, it's not causing an issue of it laying flat for you. But other than that, that's what we got. So we got 4 signatures. And like I said, there's plenty of ephemera. Oh, the litter. Oh, okay. So for the envelope, y'all, for the envelope with that had the window, what you can do, God, look at all that glue. What you can do is make that so that it fits into a pocket. There were plenty of, hold on. There were plenty of really big pockets. So you're just folding this part over and this part over. And so you can see there is a tab here. You're going to cut out around the tab, score that down the side or fold it over and glue that part to your page. And then you can stick the envelope inside here. But that's what these little, the little journaling cards, that's what you can put inside the envelope as well. And for the envelope, for the card, okay, so you can use this to take one of your, where's the big squares? Hold on. So one of these one of the photos, if you cut it out, should fit right inside there, or leaving one of these and putting that inside there, glue it to a book page or glue it to a piece of cardstock that you may have in your pile, whatever, and putting that in there. Or you can cut this open. Let me show you really quickly before I forget. So I'm going to slide my scissors in, and you can cut this open. Come on, for the love of baby Jesus. Be patient with me. Okay, so put that to the side. So you cut this open, right? And you fold this open. Your plastic bags that your stuff came in, you can take and glue around the outside of this window. Glue your plastic in, right? Fold it over, and you can glue two sides, the short sides, leaving the long side open and using that to slip something inside as well. So there's another idea, is using your clear plastic bag as a window, trimming that off, gluing it down on the top and the bottom, leaving the side open, and using that as something else to slip inside of a pocket. Okay, so that's another idea. All right, ladies and gents, I have to get off here. I am starving. I'm starving Marvin right now. I'm gonna go grab myself some dinner, but I love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out.
What happened to you?
And if Rita, like I said, if you change your mind and you want to do that, I'm happy to help you do that. I'm happy to help you fix it. But I love you guys. Have a beautiful day. And tomorrow morning, I don't. Okay, are you sure? Yes, Samantha B, I will. It takes a few minutes of after I end my live for it to finish loading, and then I can download it and send it to you. But anyway, I don't know if I'm going to be live tomorrow morning yet or not. It depends on how late I'm up tonight, because I have orders to finish printing to get out for Monday and Tuesday, and invoices to get up. So it depends on how late I'm up. So if I'm up really late, I won't be on in the morning, which I will just make a post on my, I won't do a video. I'll put it in my little, hey, what's today's thought thing. So if I'm not going to go live, I will post that little bubble thing above my face. Whether or not I'm going to go live in the morning, it just depends on how late I'm up. But anyway, I love you guys, and thank you for hanging out with me. For those of you that did not participate, and thank you guys for the ones who did. I appreciate everyone. And like I said, we still have July workshops up. There are still a couple available, so make sure you check those out. It is Winnie the Pooh themed, celebrating 100 years of Winnie the Pooh. And it is a soft cover workshop. So it's made out of a quilt. Anyway, I love you guys. Have an amazing Sunday, and I will see you guys later. Mwah! Bye, y'all. Toodles, bitches.